Good morning, dear colleagues. Today we start the second day of our conference, the session 2, relationship between the creative process and communicative spaces. Our first chairman is Dr. Dina Lentsner from the Capital University in Columbus. Welcome, Dina.
Thank you, Andres. Well, it's my honor and privilege to be moderating this morning session with a presentation from 3 different countries, right? We have Lithuanian presenter, 2 presenters from Georgia and 1 from Poland. So we'll proceed with the first presenter from here, right? Our post-institution guest. Well, we are guests of yours. Yes, Agnė Matulevičiūtė with a presentation entitled Postsonus. Please welcome Agnė.
Okay, good morning. We need to share something. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna put my timer on because I can talk for 8 hours, I think, and I need to be like, okay, stop me, just drag me out of here. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good morning, people online. So my name is Agnė, and I'm a composer from this academy. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me here. And it's my first conference. So actually, I'm not nervous. I'm nervous that I'm not going to make it in 20 or 25 minutes. So I'm just going to proceed. So my paper and my main research is based around conceptualism, and I'm in my last year of PhD, so I'm almost a PhD candidate. I should have my defend my thesis next year. So, and my I started from the very new field I thought from the middle of 20th century, but actually afterwards it looked a bit old, and yeah, I'm gonna talk about it more. So Postsonus, it's the name of my presentation. And yeah, it's the term I created, and I will present it today. So this is the slide which somehow shows my everyday life, that I'm not only composer, I write a lot of music for theater, for cinema, I perform. Also, I come from the field of media arts, and I think it's important that I'm in this interdisciplinary field, so I can explain more like widely my approach to music composition. So I want to start with this picture of communication system. It's probably very well known system of Shannon and Weaver. And yeah, so it basically is very simple. It shows the information source, which in this case is me. It shows the transmitter, which in this case is my mouth and my words I speak to you, also my presentation. Then I'm sending some sort of signal, which is my topic, my thesis, my paper, yeah, and you are a receiver. It's all like your ears, your brain, and my destination are you. So we have interesting things here, which is called a message, which is the most important for my presentation and my concept. And the very nice thing is here, which is noise, which is maybe we slept bad, or we didn't have breakfast, or I don't know, we are in love and we don't hear what the hell this person is talking about. So yeah, so this is the main goal. Why am I talking about this? I perceive music or sound as a medium, as a media. So this media theory comes from the 60s. It's a media theorist, Marshall McLuhan, who wrote a book, Understanding Media, or as he says, media which stands under something. And media or medium in this sense of communication and communicative approach, it's a message being sent. So when I think about message of music piece or message of sound piece, I usually think about music and sound as a medium, some sort of a message. So my research started, okay, so there was an idea world and there's like conceptual world from the middle of 20th century. So I started to think, so the concept, what does, like, where does it come from? What does it mean? So, and actually these days were the first days I Googled in English because I always think about in Lithuanian when I think, when I write my thesis and do my research, but actually from in English, from Latin conceptus, they translated to take in, conceive, or receive. And I think it's just my research in 3 words, which I did already for 3 years. So concept is something very, very rational. And first of all, I thought if idea and concept are the same, how should I divide it? You know, when you read artist interviews or you read about artworks, what's behind it? How did the composer or sound artist created it? So usually these words are like synonyms, but I don't agree because I think that they are totally different, totally different context. Like idea is something irrational. It's our heart, right? So me as a composer, I can have a dream. I can hear music in my sleep. I can have a dream about sound sculpture or music piece. But when it comes to, okay, I want to make this dream real, I want to write a music piece, I need a structure, I need to understand what notes I heard, and so on and so on. So then we come to this field of conceptualizing, to this rational field, to our brain field. And this leads to this question: what is the nature of an artwork in general? You know, what is it pointing to? Where does it lead? So here, when I was thinking about it, separating these two worlds in a term of music composition and in a term of music piece as a final result, or as a final result afterwards, but first as an idea which I need to conceptualize, I raised questions. Okay, so who first thought about artwork as a thing for brains, not only for heart and eyes and ears and emotions? So Marcel Duchamp, very known artist and theorist, he was actually in the beginning of modernism, 20th century, in the visual art field. He was the first to move from art as an object and come closer towards art as an idea. He was the first to separate these two terms, actually. And also what I realized while doing this presentation, that he meant materialize, it means conceptualize, because he really talked about embodying the idea from our brain into the artwork. So also very interesting point of view, what he said was that a lot of art, you know, we have romanticism era before modernism, so a lot of art before is more irrational. So he called it retinal art, for our retina, which we have in our eyes. And in ears, we also have a cochlea. So there's another also already more sound art and music philosophy writer, philosopher. So he wrote about cochlear art, that there is this irrational art for like aesthetical, or only about the structure, which is more for our ears to listen to or eyes to look at in visual arts. And when they tried to talk, like Marcel Duchamp in this case, when he tried to talk more about artwork as an idea or concept, this was followed by conceptualism. So we have Sol Levitt. He's a painter and sculptor from 20th century. He also moved away from the artist as a craftsman. He became more like the artist, a model of artist. So it is like middle of 20th century already. He wrote a manifest, sentences on conceptual art, and he said that artist became more of a thinker, a concept generating machine, coding his messages as in media theory. So I also analyzed a lot of manifestos of 20th century, what happened in music and art and sound art field, how Luigi Russolo approached sound more as a noise. Then Pierre Schaeffer looking for musique concrète. We have John Cage Silence, Henry Flint Concept Art Manifesto. I actually don't have time to go through all of this, but just the main for you to maybe something new is here. Then Sol Levitt wrote Sentences on Conceptual Art. Then we have German composer and theorist Johannes Kreidler, who wrote Sentences on Musical Concept Art, which is very important, I think, also for my research. He basically rewrote Sol Levitt manifest into music kind of field. And then in Lithuania, we have composer Antanas Kučinskas, who wrote Manifesto of Parasitic Music. And this manifesto analyzes a lot about remake, remix, intertext, and all this like postmodern era problems in art and music field. So, and then I separated idea and concept, and then I approached this. So what do we perceive as conceptual music piece or sound piece? Because it's important. So here, German philosopher and theorist Harry Lehmann really helped. I read and quote and analyze a lot of his theories. So one of it is this isomorphism theory, which he says, okay, so if you want to understand if your piece is conceptual or not, so the concept should be equal percept. You have to think about your piece as this verbal instruction coded in sound or music for the receiver to understand at least a little bit. So the main key to this is the title of the work. This is your key for opening up the world behind the music piece itself. For example, he uses a lot of examples from visual art, history, and he says very important is direct relationship between the author and the viewer, listener, perceiver. And I'm not saying this is for granted, this is only my kind of field because I come from media art. So this is how actually I approach music and sound art. And yeah, the name of the piece is very important. For example, it can be very, straightforward. So here on the left, we see Kazimir Malevich Black Square. So he was the suprematist artist. So this is how suprematism looked like, right? It was about color and shape. And then he paints the simplest shape and the color, which is all the colors added together. So it's very important how you look at this conceptual piece. What are your rules? How do you want to transmit in the terms of communication your message to the audience, to listener, to perceiver? Then talking about concept art history, we have Joseph Kossuth, who also presented his very famous piece. It's 1, 2, 3 chairs. It's the title. So we have a chair as an object. Then we have a chair as image, photograph, or reflection of reality. So this is already different sort of reality. And then we have a definition of chair from the dictionary. So we have these three layers, how to look at the same chair, but to make us more as a thinkers, or Plato also in ancient Greece already talked a lot about this, but we don't have time to analyze a lot of worlds of idea. Yeah, so, and then I came to Rosalind Krauss, also very important person in my research. She wrote this Sculpture in Expanded Field, where she talked about sculpture in the context from the point of view of other fields. So she writes, sculpture is something what we bump into when we go back to see the painting. So she already speaks about sculpture and painting going into the other field, to space, and like we can look at the painting from the point of view of music, for example, of sculpture, like object. We can look at the frame. We can look where did the artist hang it, how did he hang it, and so on and so on. So yeah, so this is one more time. I moved from idea world to concept world to expanded field world, and it wasn't enough because for me still this concept definition of concept, and it's 60 years old, so I kind of needed my own term to talk more about my own approach, this research-based music approach, and yeah, and now I'm working still on my thesis. So now I want to quote Michael Bale and present to you my term postsonus. So meaning is the new material. Material as a music material, as in material, food for thought, any kind of material. And I need this new phenomenon, this new term to describe a new phenomenon that is born as a separation of concept and idea. And this term is born from an object, a mediated conceptual music or sound piece, often operating in an expanded field. So a lot of times music becomes as media, music becomes as element in some sort of more kind of elements in the artwork. Also, I thought a lot in Lithuanian, it's užgarsis. So it's really hard to translate this term. I'm still working on it. I don't know if it's final because I thought about after sound, behind sound, because it's something what is behind the music I hear or sound I hear. What are the codes? What are the codes for me to understand what author is thinking about it, what he wants to say? So, and I read a theorist and curator Laima Kreivytė dissertation where she wrote that she's writing about post curator as a curator for exhibition, but she writes that post doesn't mean after. Term post, it means that what was before, it's already inside. It's not after, it's all together. So now I'm on postsonus. So what is postsonus? Postsonus is everything that lies beyond the experience of sound and music. If the sound music piece is perceived as an object, the result is sound and also what is not sound. So in this term, this concept behind it, codes in the work, the visual or other elements that often make the work interdisciplinary. So yeah, postsonus describes the process before composing, like pre-composition or having a dream and then thinking, okay, I now need to come up with sort of system. So then during the process, it's postsonus also works. So me as a composer, I work how to code your ideas into music or sound work. And after composing is finished, this all the work, and I need to think about the result, the music or sound piece as, final result, and think about this concept percept. Will my audience understand? Are there enough codes? So yeah, postsonus describes this whole full experience. And probably for me, if there's no postsonus, so for me, I don't consider this piece conceptual. And yeah, I already said that you can perceive this postsonus through sound, sonic material, and what is not only sound. And yeah, so where is postsonus coming from? So I also used the literature theorist Gérard Genette, and he wrote a lot about paratext and the different text relationship, transtextuality. I really love this term, but it's not parasonic because for me it sounds like parasol, umbrella in French, so I'm not sure. Very hard to translate. In Lithuanian, it's a perfect word, užgarsis. If you have any ideas, please contact me. So you all know what paratext is. So I made this, Graham square, and I saw very nice two poles. One is conceptual music sound piece, which is here, and other is more conventional, traditional, Here I see there's this, concept, Harry Lemon Gehalt music, new music ideas, and here is more traditional, irrational, and it's like I understand they are both there. Just I'm working more in this point of in this part of square or triangle. So yeah, so we have postsonic and non-postsonic, and we have non-sonic and sonic, which is sound, and we have in between a lot of, you know, that you can code with sound, without sound, and so on and so on and so on. Visual, text, performativity, the clothes of a musician, and so on. So yeah, so no time for this. This is just everything I said, aspects of postsonic piece of music, that the title is important, that annotation needs to be close to the artwork. Usually you read it and you just don't hear it. So when you compose in Postsonus approach, you have to, like, the codes should be there, and you really need to test it. I think I'm still working on writing about the method of composing. I'm more presenting Postsonus today more as a point of view to the music or sound piece. Yeah, that it has to have intellectual dialogue, engage with other communities, other fields. The work is often interdisciplinary, and so on. So how the composers approach, I will finish soon. Okay, so no time for Middle Ages now, but I will, yeah, but Hildegarda from Bingen, you know, this woman, and I think she's very postsonic, because the like, I know the concept, like conceptualism didn't exist in 11th century, but the part where the nuns were braiding flowers into the hair while singing, I think it's very feministic, and performativity is there. So I want to mention Johannes Kreidler, so Concept Music Manifesto, how he wrote Bolero without melody. He wrote a piece, all Beethoven symphonies in 1 second, which sounds like that. Then he does a lot of performances, or even he gets, you know, like Berlin Symphony Orchestra asked him to write a piece, and he hires other composers to copy his work. And where does the symphony orchestra stand there? Is it his work or not his work? A lot of intertext in this, but basically it's institutional criticism, which actually is the approach and the context from the visual arts, from media arts kind of view. Then I want to mention Paulina Oliveros and her text scores, where there's a piano is used just only as a prop. It's a piece for actor, his voice, sound technician, and light designer. Then one of my favorite sound artists in the universe is Janet Cardiff and George Burmiller. And this year in Kaunas Biennale, we had their piece, Opera for a Small Room, where they present, this is like a scenography, but there are no people, it's only speakers, and you can really like experience opera in this only with the sound and light and props, which is, you know, you can even see light moving and hear a person, but the person is not there. So it's very also sonic and non-sonic and post-sonic. Then the Lithuanian composers, Lina Lapelytė, who won the Venice Biennale last year. So she also, in my point of view, composes with her team, like they really chooses the subject very strictly. For example, Sun and Sea, it's about global warming, but also the libretto is about people, you know, worried about global warming, but lying on the fake artificial beach in some sort of exhibition hall. And Lina even thought about the position of viewer, that we are experiencing this music performance from the point of view of sun. So they chose the buildings because of that. The sand is from Neringa, Nida, it's coast. It's the Lithuanians very proud of it, and this sand actually travels the world. Also in music as well, it's very minimalistic approach in the terms of composing, but how she tells the story, how it changes. Or opera Have a Nice Day, it's about Maxima. There is a shop, just a food supply shop, and the performers are dressed as the cashiers, and the piano player is actually a security guide. So she has a lot of these postsonic codes, and the libretto also, and how it's performed and sang in the opera is based on a true stories, I think, of these cashiers and their flirting and so on. So Arturas Bumšteinas, I need another lecture for that, and this composer, who is, I think, very conceptual and very postsonic, but he presented this method of Urbančičius. It's a book about a guy who needs to write a study on hearing, and he has a wife who is in a wheelchair, and he makes all these experiments on her, and this piece is actually his experiments on audience. And you understand it only in the end. Okay. And for the last, I won't skip this, but present my piece very briefly, how I approach. So yeah, 1 minute. So this piece, Music for Mars, for Planet, the saxophone, tuba, and tape. So it's called Music for Mars, as Mars doesn't have like normal sound as we do here. I thought about Brian Eno, Music for Airports, how he composed for a specific location. And I was inspired by Perseverance satellite, while during lockdown, of course, I watched how it landed. And okay, so I was like, I want to write this piece for Perseverance for this. So how I code? Okay, Mars is 4th planet in the solar system. So we have F and D keys, right? So Do, Re, Mi, Fa, and A, B, C, D. I took images from the satellite, and I thought I need to now look at it as graphic score, as I have tape and 2 players, and I analyzed a lot of graphic scores. So we see Lucier Panorama here, we see John K. Agnė, and how they approach, measure, and so on and so on. So I did the same. I thought a lot about that I want musicians to float in the air. This was the most important thing, for them to be in this, floating stage while they play, and maybe moving a little bit as they would be moving in a space shuttle. And I wrote this graphic score, created all my system for these images, and I had the premiere of this piece. I used a lot Stanley Kubrick Space Odyssey sounds for them to interpret, but like everything was also I used the Neil Armstrong moon landing, so they were playing and talking through their instruments. Like I created, it's on YouTube actually, so you can see it, as we don't have time. Another project with there's a film on YouTube, it's called Nymphology, which we did with Synesthesis ensemble. It's also very postsonic. So if you're interested and you have time, it's with English subtitles. So you can also see it and listen to the music I wrote as from approaching it from postsonic point of view. So thank you so much. And I would like to just leave this quote here.
Thank you, Agnė. Wonderful presentation. It pained me to tell you just 1 minute, because it's you're so passionate and the topic is so interesting. But I think we need to have some discussion, because I'm sure there are some questions, and we have other conceptual artists in the audience here. Yes, we have about 5 minutes. Rima. Well, Rima is first.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Agnė, and thanks for the presentation. And as you expressed the wish to discuss about Postsonus term. So at the very beginning, I already made some notes, and I'm thinking that if Krawczyk was saying that she doesn't mean post as after, but I think you should think about the first and initial meaning in Latin, that post means after. So I would suggest to avoid this. Maybe instead of this, you look at the Latin dictionary, what means besides at the same time. Like I just Googled and saw ultra, una, simul. So these could be other prefixes that may express more precisely that you mean in Lithuanian, už. We have this prefix, what doesn't mean after. It anyway means something behind. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, Milos.
Well, I wanted to comment on something else, but talking about this etymological interpretation of terms. Sometimes if we are too strict about etymology, we end up with the following situation. The word term comes from Latin and it suggests the end, like terminal disease. But ultimately, from Proto-Indo-European, it used to be a post to which a sacrificial animal was tied, which has very little bearing on the way we use the word term now. So if we really abided by strict etymology, we could end up with some very unusual consequences. But what I actually wanted to comment on, perhaps like a suggestion. I think it's important to make a distinction between this paratext, things that surround the text, and what you at a certain point said about looking for what is behind, what underpins the actual sonic product. These are two, or could be two different things. The latter one, what is behind? I would call it something like a field of intensity, some kind of forces which don't even resemble the ultimate project. And it really differs from this paratextual ideas. And I think it is very important, I think it's a very good point to make clear distinction between concept and idea. It goes, essentially it goes further back to Plato actually, and perhaps Kantian, the concept transcends experience, but the idea has no correlate in possible experience or intuition. So I think it's very good to distinguish the two.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, and I agree with Rima and Milos their comments. And when I heard your presentation, I thought that your conception is so global that I understand that all we have post-sonic, and I don't understand what is sonic. Because every composition, when we listen, it as listen and so on, we have behind sound renounce, title of composition, we have some meaning, and we have our experience to understand this composition. And in this context, what's sonic? And after that, we have possibility to say post-sonic, or probably I agree with Rima, because as for me, you need more, probably other term, because post in your concept, as for me, it's not very important. I hate also, and you answer every question. So it's very interesting, and I'm happy that our generation and new generation thinks like this as you, and the generation of composers. So, I mean, of course, when we speak about the behind and in front and somewhere, it is our reality. But music is not only in our reality. Because of this, it's a little bit complicated, I think. Maybe it is virtual sound, which is around us as music source. I have a question. What do you think about the verbal source? We speak a lot about the music. Is it post-sonic? Is it sonic? What is it?
so this, thank you so much. I'm so just happy that it has, resonance, and I'm also not sure about Postsonus, and I think that's why you are not sure as well, because I'm also not sure about the word. But what I want to say, when I say sonic and post-sonic, or non-sonic, so I really think about Harry Lehmann and how he separates this, idea of absolute music, an idea when he says there's this Gehalt turn, the content turn. And I didn't have time to, like, when we just put emphasis while listening to the piece, of course I can listen only, you know, text as music, or I can listen text as text, right? Or I can listen to the song only as text, or I can just listen to some sounds inside words and say, it doesn't matter what is it about, right? So I just what I wanted to say in this presentation that I just like separate these two, but I don't know if like you can really, I think like sonic has post-sonic inside of it, and post-sonic has sonic, because you can, as I said, it's very wide, you know, this perceiving. But I wanted to put more accent on this Gehalt turn, on content turn, you know, because Harry Lehmann, he doesn't translate Gehalt because he said, I don't know how to translate, because content doesn't perceive like what I want to say. But you can listen to music, all kind of music, just only in a sonic way. You cannot code anything. But me as a composer, I am, and as in this case, as a theorist, I want to write about this. Let's analyze it as content, you know, what artist or composer want to say, what are the codes, sonically, what are the codes textually, what are the codes, you know, so in general. So I think I'm trying to separate, but it's hard to do it because someone asked me, so okay, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, is it conceptual? And I answered no, because there weren't any term, you know, conceptual, not conceptual, but I don't know, it depends on point of view. So if you put on glasses of Postsonus, you would say probably not, because it's only like what the composer said, you know, he only created his structure for his piece, and it's called Fifth Symphony. And, you know, we know legends behind it, right? But it's legends. It's not this, you know, strict rules or rules of thought. It's only in music structure, but it's only for musicians. And Postsonus is something more wide. It's for people from other fields as well. And, you know, to look at it like wider, to look at composer as a thinker, not as a structure maker, sonic structure maker. You know what I mean? It's more this, yeah. But thank you so much for feedback. It's really important to me.
Well, thank you so much for presentation that generated all these questions. And I suggest maybe when we are done today at 2:30, probably, maybe we can continue, because we came a long way to talk to. So thank you so much, Agnė, for your presentation. Thank you. I think I'm in trouble because Andres is never going to invite me to be another moderator because I ran out of time. Oh. Well, I'm very happy to introduce the next speaker from country of Georgia, and she's going to be on Zoom with us. The presenter is I can call Gvantsa my friend for now 5 years. Yes, Eka is afraid that I'm not going to pronounce Gvantsa's last name correctly. Gvantsa Ghvinjilia from Tbilisi. Am I right, Eka? Am I close? Okay, Gvantsa, forgive me. From Tbilisi State Conservatoire musicologist. And Gvantsa's presentation is Eka Chabashvili symphony-exhibition Khma, The Voice, the New Compositional Paradigm. And of course, the composer Eka Chabashvili is in front of us. So we are going to have great discussion. Is Gvantsa there? She was? Yes, she is.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Gvantsa. So
yes, and I want to ask you to show the recording.
All right. Can we show the recording of your presentation? And then you're gonna answer questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Eka Chabashvili's symphony-exhibition Khma, The Voice, the New Compositional Paradigm, Gvantsa Ghvinjilia. The musical output of Georgian composer Eka Chabashvili, who appeared on the creative scene in the post-Soviet period, is distinguished by its genre variety and conceptual depth, Due to its intensity of implementation of scientific innovations in music, the subject of research in the composer's music is the peculiarities of multimedia thinking, the aesthetics of Eka music, and the musical interpretation of scientific innovations. A unique modified piano, kind of new piano, Eka piano modical, created by Eka, turned out to be a very interesting result of artistic research. Eka Chabashvili's syncretic multimedia project, Symphony-exhibition Voice, is of exceptional importance for Georgian music. This experimental performance was presented in the form of sessions. The performance was presented to the visitors in the following way. 6 installations, houses, were placed on the stage, which embodied micro-worlds and symbolized important moments of human existence. House of Family was presented in the form of useless household items. This installation gathers together discarded old things. A rope is wrapped around the figures of a man and a woman, which is the symbol of the umbilical cord that connects them to the fruit of their love, the baby. House of Feelings was presented in the form of a sound sculpture. House of Health reminds us that our lives are accompanied by illnesses that we must defeat. House of Mind is a black installation which symbolizes the evil thoughts that have invaded our minds and that we must expel from our minds. House of Employment refers to the daily routine and stress associated with earning funds. House of Homeland and Identity is represented by a drawing board and paints and suggests that an immigrant should transfer certain information to the canvas so as not to forget the language. A figure or inscription drawn by anyone is given the same symbolic importance here as figures and calligraphy in Chinese painting. According to the laws of physics, these installations create their gravity, vibrate, and contain information. Accordingly, while looking at them, the listener does not get verbal information. These installations and sounds on the whole give a chance to connect with certain energy informational fields of the planet and get energy informational knowledge. Because the knowledge derived from the work is related to energy, hearing-impaired people are also given the opportunity to be part of this process. In listeners' minds, the main events of existence, deposited as archetypes in our unconscious, should rise to the surface. Illness, work-related routine, emigration, the negative focus of the mind, and others. Music played in the exhibition space is represented by several layers. After approaching the installations at a certain distance, an optical sensor system that emits sounds is automatically activated. The second layer is connected to a recording of the electromagnetic vibrations of the planets, converted into acoustic frequencies, adapted for human perception. The third layer is related to a 10-minute improvised composition, which should be performed by the guide performer on the decoratively painted sculpture instrument, modified harp, placed in the middle of the stage, according to composer's instructions. On this instrument, the guide performer and the listeners play with a stick, hand, or wooden hammer. Metal bells attached to it have the mission of clearing personal, family, and collective karma due to high frequencies. The device Terminvox, assembled by physicist Zal Asmai-Parashvili, also attached to it, reacts to the movement of the hand. A ventilator is placed below the strings, from which a jet of air is directed towards the strings and provokes interesting sounds. The installation of this device in the harp, as well as the strings sounded by the force of the air friction, introduces an element of Eka music and associatively connects us with the Greek Aeolus, which produced sound as a result of oscillations of the wind. Instruments added to this musical aquarium are played by the guide and then the listeners, if desired. The additional musical intonational layer is represented by phonetically interesting verses with the content of a spell. These poems are related to the ancient Georgian healing ritual with a medical function and are also associated with shamanic rituals. In the context of the work, these texts are perceived as a single musical verbal layer because in the process of reading, the verbal text acquires musicality. Since these texts, like the musical poetic patterns of the shamanic ritual, do not completely carry the semantics of poetry, their aesthetic side is less important. It's not by chance that the multimedia artist and cross-disciplinary scholar Dina writes the following regarding shamanic rituals. It's an exclusive language. Therefore, the text and the rhythms are not meant to please human beings. In Eka's composition, poems are read first by guide and then by listeners, if they wish. All these musical layers used in the work are perceived as extra linguistic information, while the raising of voice, speeding up with the tempo, making pauses while reading the text by the guide or listeners as paralinguistic communication. A lighting system had also been installed in the hall, which creates a very mystical atmosphere. Before the beginning of the session, the listeners are given a piece of paper on which the graphic images of the installations are drawn, and they have to match the titles of the installations written on the same paper to the graphic image of the installations. This introduces a kind of rebus into the work. There is also an influence of internet video games, where the player must find hidden objects in various virtual spaces. Thus, the performance resonates with the video game industry's booming era that started since 2010s. Like many video games in which there are stable and mobile elements, in this performance we also have stable and mobile parameters. These stable and mobile features symbolize the paradox of our existence. The secret of the eternity of the universe lies in its changeable mode. After all, the noosphere is constantly renewed against the background of the immutability of certain phenomena. As far as each installation and the symbol embodied in this exhibition are equally important for human existence, no installation and the symbol associated with it have priority. They are not connected in a cause and effect manner. Therefore, this is not a work based on the principle of theatrical dramaturgy, but a multi-centered composition. In addition to the fact that you physically move through the conditional framework of this space like a fairy tale hero, you also travel through it mentally. It's a journey through your unconscious, which is a lot like entering a cave filled with uniquely shaped stalagmites and stalactites each time. A journey through this exhibition space may evoke associations with the wandering hero of the Romantic era, but this is only a superficial resemblance. If the wandering of the Romantic hero is connected with the escape from society and oneself, in this work, the ontological journey is an encounter with oneself. Eka Chabashvili breaks the stereotype of the traditional relationship between composer, performer, and the listener, according to which the performer and the listener had an autonomous function. The audience listened to the music and could not get involved in the process of creation or in performing activities. The listener sat before the performer as passively as the parishioners stand before the icon and look at face of the saint face to face, which symbolically meant the meeting of soul with soul. The function of the listener was only to evaluate the composition and mostly the performance, to derive pleasure and knowledge from the music. The interaction was kept to minimum, and the composer offers the listener a new configuration and the maximum interaction between the listener and the performer. Their functions are practically equalized. The listener is a participant in the music-making process. During each session, they are involved in the process of creating and performing the music, resulting in ever new sonic palettes and invariant combinations of timbre and sound sequences. The traditional model of placement of the listener and performer in the space, which was still established in the Cretan, Mycenaean, and then Greek theatre, is also being destroyed. In Eka Chabashvili's composition, the entire space is a single creative stage. I should especially highlight the role of guide performer, the kind of instructor, who by playing the harp, reading poems and drawing, gives listeners a personal example to follow and shows how they can be involved in the process of making music. In this respect, guide has a function of solipsist, a medium. The guide performer transmits the greatest energy and intensifies the impact of this performance on the listener. With these new compositional approaches and forms of self-expression and strategy, not only the traditional form of the stage ecosystem is changing, but also the stereotype of the perception of the content and mission of music. According to the worldview of 19th century, music was considered an artistic space for the perfect expression of human personal feelings and emotions, which undermined its ontological mission, while music has the same content as the universe. A kind of scenario of the work envisages a cross-disciplinary interaction of music, visual art, lighting, and science, in particular medicine, which introduces science of art therapy, which is possible thanks to associative metaphorical connections between them. This gives rise to a completely new direction of compositional self-expression in art, a multimedia hybrid form. It's obvious that the mechanical synthesis of art fields cannot manage to create multimedia. Multimedia is a principle of thinking when the characteristics of different fields of art obey the specificity and principle of thinking of any one art field. The clear examples are Scriabin's Prometheus, the paintings of Churleones, the dramaturgy of Tennessee Williams, the prose of Jorge Borges, and others. Eka Chabashvili is the only Georgian composer for whom multimedia thinking is a universal creative method. In the multimedia composition Khma, the fields of art and science do not serve each other, but they unite for the following goal: for the listener to hear the music that should be heard only in oneself. Not only the role of composer, performer, and listener are equalized, but all installations, instruments, and sound recordings of this performance have the same price, thanks to which the composer symbolically breaks a sometimes absurd system of setting priorities in our existence. Composer clearly defined the concept and goals of the work. Eka Chabashvili tries to remind us that music is the language of the world, a kind of its chronicle, and it is as old as the universe itself. The composer's purpose is to remind us that in this pragmatic and consumerist world, human beings have been disconnected from the basic communication language of unified universe for a long time, and they would be happy to reconnect with this network again. Although a human being is a social and political person, his/her cosmic existence is more valuable. For this purpose, Chabashvili offers the initiation process. First of all, the composer tries to revive the aesthetics of esoteric rituals, in which music was used as a language of communication with the universe. This ritual was valuable because the collective syncretic action gave birth to unified energy. By introducing this archaic plaster, Chabashvili unconsciously implements the Freudian idea in the listeners. To awaken in the modern man the impulses characteristic of their archaic pre-cultural consciousness, which are stored in the unconscious in the form of repressed desires due to society's laws and stereotypes. In the reincarnation of syncretic action, Eka is based on ancient traditions of Georgian folk. The following characteristics indicate the semantics of the syncretic ritual of the prehistoric age. First, spell-type healing poems, which were used in ancient Georgia to charge a sick person with the new vital energy. Second, special lighting creates the mystical effect of twilight, which is related to the newly awakened consciousness at the intersection of day and night. The harp is placed in the center of the installations, which reminds us of the symbol of sacrifice placed at the center of the ritual. By reviving the elements of the archaic ritual, Eka tries to activate in the listeners a collective consciousness, a unified energy field, and intuition as a reliable way of knowing the world. Let's remember that before a newborn baby accumulates knowledge, the person is based on intuition, because knowledge about the world is already embedded in baby's unconscious at the informational level. Thus, due to the interdisciplinary structure, the modern multimedia hybrid genres can combine the function of the ancient syncretic ritual, the exchange energy flows between people and the universe. During the initiation, Eka tries to free the listener from the traps of the mind, from thinking about the past and the future, by involving the listener in the process of making music, because sometimes it raises a psychological dilemma for the perception of the greatest reality, the present existence. Quintus Flaccus' aphorism "Carpe Diem" is an interesting slogan. It's in the present that man is truly who he is. Accordingly, at this time, a meeting with oneself initiated in the style of Jorge Borges, who later very interestingly described the moment of meeting ourselves. Any life is made up of a single moment, the moment in which a man finds out once and for all who he is. The rite of initiation by the composer naturally acquires the peculiarities of meditation. This kind of meditation, depersonalization, decommunication, does not mean a decrease in a response to stimuli coming from the external environment. On the contrary, this dissociation activates these abilities, which brings us back to the Eka music. During meditation, the listener sinks into himself, distances himself from reality, and performs self-reflection. This leads to different modeling of time continuum in listener's perception, creating the illusion of time slowing down. Indeed, time for quantum physics is already a completely relativistic concept. Moreover, according to the latest scientific research, time is also measured in nanoseconds, and the measurement of time in quantum physics does not require an exact starting point. Thus, there is an attempt to manipulate the temporal chronotype, which leads to the illusion of overcoming the flow of time. The initiation process increases the consciousness to perceive the world not in a fragmented form, but in its natural state, a unified one. Indeed, perceiving the world as fragments is only an illusion and an indication of our limited consciousness. When separating the arts into branches, a person goes against the specificity of neuronal activity of the brain, as the natural state of brain's functioning is only a global perception of the world. So, Eka's impact on the listener's consciousness gives a chance for a global perception of the world. Moreover, modern scientific thought recognizes a universal mind existing independently of us. I'm talking about universal consciousness, the collective experience of all souls that defines its most profound oneness with the divine origin. It refers to a kind of unified informational morphogenic field, Robert Sheldrake's term. The same is Akasha, which supplies the entire universe with energy. Instead of conclusions, so composer's desire was to return to the listener a sense of the wholeness of the universe. Eka's compositional strategy and method serve the purpose of allowing the listener to fully mobilize the mind and free it from barriers, which will help to perceive the world from a new perspective and gain happiness. The change in the listener's consciousness at the end of the session has an ontological advantage over the impression received from the installations. Composer helps the listener to become a cosmo-energetic person and to connect to the unified communication network of the cosmos as the largest energetic process. In order to achieve that set goal, compositional strategy envisaged initiation with the following scheme: implementation of the ritual, rethinking of the temporal continuum. Choice of the genre, a multimedia performance, corresponded to these goals. This is symphony-exhibition, and symphony here is not a genre definition of the performance. It indicates only the science of nature philosophy and implies the harmony of man and the universe. Thus, the humanistic direction of Eka Chabashvili's voice is: humanity should become as humane, eco-friendly, and harmonious as cosmic existence.
Thank you.
Thanks for your attention.
We have a few minutes for questions or comments, please. And the composer is here, let's not forget.
I was
Rima.
first again. Thank you, Gvantsa, and thank you, composer Eka. I think I will ask Gvantsa, as the composer will make a presentation afterwards. Next, yeah. So in one slide, you showed that there are some elements, stable elements, combined with active elements, and among stable elements, you wrote there is sound recording and also separately as music. So does it mean that the music was somehow scored? There is some kind of score or fixed music, or just it's like why it is called stable? And another question about for listeners. Was there any guiding notes where to start this performance or exhibition, or start in which point to start, how to proceed, or was it just an improvising walking in the exhibition hall, in the different halls?
Okay, thanks for questions. So do you hear my voice?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I will answer both questions. So about the first question. So here we have sounds that are pre-recorded in advance. So, and they don't change, but also the viewer, the listener, has a great voyage among these installations, and they start from the beginning entrance. The hall has entrance, and when we get in the whole, we can move to any installation. We can start from the sixth installation and then move to the fourth, or then to the third, and we can move 2 or 3 times to any installation. So this road, this way is changeable every time. And also performers, I mean listeners, they may take some strings or hammer and some musical instruments and add their music to this entire global music. And they also have to play something with these instruments, and this is mobile element. But all other voices are pre-recorded. For example, Planet's voice, for example, the signals, when you come closer to the installations, they are set automatically. So these are stable parameters. In the other, everything is very mobile, because listener makes the music, and listener is moving here like a fairy tale hero. But as I have mentioned, it's not a romantic journey, because a romantic person always runs from himself, runs from society. And here you have to find yourself. You have to find your conscious, your unconscious. So maybe I answered those questions or not, or what was
I think you mostly did. Gvantsa, just one clarification. Were there notes for the audience when you enter the room? There were like written instructions, like in the museums. May you?
Please repeat the question.
I was asking if the Eka is already answering.
I will help you, Gvantsa, with my music, how it is written. So we have score, but the score is for guide performer who shows how to use this space. Several minutes she shows we have to play. After invite the listeners, but she has everything written. But to listener visitors, she gives free space and gives some instruments, and they start to improvise. And time to time they make some these people make some ritual, like a ritual. And because Gvantsa said it's very difficult to explain like this. If you are inside, you feel something different.
I think judging by the abstract, the performer was the guide also.
Performer guide.
Guide. So she was guiding, guiding the audience.
Before
So.
they enter the hall. Also, she gives some small texts, this magic from magic verses, and this is like game in life, like this. So because of this energy, because there is inside dark, that you feel free, because everybody will have some image hour like this, and so it's difficult to speak. Okay, I after during the I show you.
Thank you very much. And one very short question from Sylvia.
Actually, I was to defer discussion until after
Eka's presentation.
I can't hear.
One short question: Did you thought about gathering some opinions from the listeners to find out if your intentions as a sender, as a composer, are fulfilled? So it's to the composer as well and to the speaker. Okay. Yes. So that's the question to the researcher, because for me, we are talking about the communication models, and coming back to the last paper in Shannon Weaver model, we don't have this feedback from the listener, and that's the minus disadvantage of this model that it's not complete, in my opinion. So how about gathering opinions from the listeners? Did you make it in a, you know, not in a spontaneous way, but in a more systematic way, I would say?
Okay. Of course, the feedback was great. I took my groups of students, and after all sessions, students were very happy, but they could not analyze the reasons. Some of them were talking about the perception of the universe as wholeness. Some of them were talking about feeling if they lose the time, and the time was slowing down. So, but they could not analyze the reasons, but they were very happy after all sessions. And they said that it's a kind of art therapy. I think that, and one of them said that it's a philosophy in art, philosophy in music, because we have lost the astral language, and music is the chronicle of the universe. And I know that we are disconnected from this language, and music is more than impression of human feelings. Yes, I know the music is a universal language, and it contains a great information. And if we knew how to structure this great amount of information, we should be happy, free. We can store the largest volume of bioinformation in our minds and remember as much as possible. So we just don't have the techniques how to manage with this true information, how to store useless information from our mind. So, and we have lost the possibility to become a part of the universe and to be part of this communicative true language. So, because we reduce the function of the music when we start expressing human feelings, and we reduce the ontological mission. And during this session, my students, they had the opinion that they have a journey in the unconscious. So yes, we had feedbacks, and very interesting ideas come from students, listeners.
Concept of flow, I think it's psychological conception very well to interpret these feelings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gvantsa. Let's thank Gvantsa once again for your presentation.
Thanks to participants.
Thank you, Gvantsa. Well, and our next presenter is Eka Chabashvili. Her presentation is entitled Echo Music, which I would suggest it's a play of word, echo music. Echo music as a result of communication with the soundscape. Please welcome Eka.
I have an idea to show you. So I will continue Gvantsa's theme.
Share slides or?
Yes, I have slides, but before I start my presentation, I want to say that we collect after every performance, the idea of the listeners. They feel their feelings and impression, and we have a lot of about 1,000 maybe, and so it's like funny. I show you one interview with Australian visitor, and how he answered the question when journalists ask what is impression after the.
Just a minute, just
You
need to share the screen.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that we are online also.
Okay, I will say with my own words, okay? So it's like another world, you know, it's an entire world. So it's good to come in. After a while, it's good to go outside again on the fresh air, you know? So it's a special thing.
It's
Yeah,
like
but now
funny,
another
but he
person,
speaks
you know?
very seriously,
Never
Mr. So maybe it is exactly what about I want to speak now. And now I start my presentation about ecology. Is it okay? Yeah. Yes. So, about me, once I said a lot of and more than this. So, in my opinion, of course, music is language of the universe, based on harmonization of frequencies. We feel it, but we cannot translate it into meaning to understand the inner hidden information. We always talk about the music, but what is inside this information? We have to realize by our mind, we have not another decision. Why? We can realize the feeling as an emotional background, as a mood, and not as a concept, thought, or opinion. If we listen to our feelings, we can understand a lot of secrets of the universe by our sensors. When did we lose this ability to understand the language of the universe? What was the reason that our mind was turned off from the information net of the universe? How do we perceive and decode the information included in the frequencies? This is questions, and I have not answers, but I have questions. It's difficult to answer. And now we invented words, built sentences for communications, created our own simple logic, and subordinate the information of the whole world to it. In order to justify this logical task, we invented axioms and put a taboo on them. We don't believe the information received from the sound because these tasks cannot decode them. We have started to look for ways to obey the logical task we have created in order to explain the processes around us. Is this right way for cognition in the world? That is the question. If our mind today does not have the ability to understand reality as it is, because we turned off our mind from the information net of the universe, we have to repair this problem, error or damage in the mindset of humanity. But how? We have to change all system. It's very, very difficult. But something is in sound source, which we cannot understand very deeply. Everything is building by the frequencies. In our universe, in our reality, in Earth's reality, quantum reality, everywhere. So, just I will read. As a search for new forms of communication to understand the language of the nature around us is a very problematic topic for mankind. We must study how we can transform the information contained in this vibration into thought. I do not know the principle of composing music will solve this problem or not, but step by step, we can find a way to return to the origins of nature. Maybe nature is talking to us through this soundscape, maybe. And what is echo music? The creating the composition which sound is in harmony with the vibration of human, nature, environment, and the macro and micro world in general. Also the study in future possibility of converting the information received by this vibration at the level of knowledge. According to Buzoni, how music you know, his theorist is the Italian pianist, composer, early 20th centuries, and he declared how music may be restored to its primitive natural essence. Let us free it from architectonic, acoustic, and aesthetic dogmas. The world sounds like music, and people should be in harmony with it. Canadian composer Raymond Maurice Schaeffer coined the term soundscape. He viewed the world as a kind of musical instrument with ever-renewing tuning. The working group, ISO, TC, and so on, was established in 1981 to study the acoustic environment as perceived or experienced and or understood by people in context, and begin discussing a standardization method for assessing soundscape quality. It can be said that there is a natural sound, including the sound field of the earth, from which the music of nature is constructed. The sound environment has distinct evolution, variability, factors that Schaeffer described as the transition from hi-fi to low-fi soundscape. He calls hi-fi the natural sound. We can listen a little bit. It's not difficult to understand. And lo-fi, artificial. Sound of the nature. And lo-fi. It was by imitating nature that men learned to create instruments, and over time, based on instrumental modifications and many different artificially created rules, he developed a variety of sound, including electronic music. With this approach, music also moved away from its real environment, and as a result of the formation of aesthetic norms by a human, was separated from the general sound of the universe. Some composers of the 20th century tried to use this resource of the sound of nature to create music. Individual composers studied the sound in the biosphere with great interest and used them in their creation. Let's recall the famous Messiani, for example, and his exotic birds, catalog of exotic birds. The collection he devoted a significant amount of his life to. When it became possible to record natural sounds on tapes, the music gained a lot of fresh sounds. Recording ambient noise and using it as the main musical material gave birth to a new direction of music concrete, starting from the art of noises by Luigi Russolo and up to the present day, the study of the phenomenon of noises and possibility of including it as musical material in a work of art is a topical issue. And today we spoke about in the first presenter exactly talked about this also. Sound and music themselves are part of the Earth's ecosystem. Therefore, research of its positive and negative impact is important for a clean and healthy environment. Studying the music ecosystem is a major challenge in many countries of this civilized world today. It is the reason why a discipline of musicology, ecomusicology, has emerged, which studied the processes of interaction in the music, society, and environment system. Full-fledged research of ecomusicological issues often correlates with the fields such as anthropology, biology, ecology, physics, environmental studies, and so on. It is interdisciplinary subject. So therefore, musicological studies are mainly interdisciplinary, as I said, and develop in different directions, while the research methodology has specific features. The music ecosystem is a set of multi-parametric data that needs to be studied in different ways, but research focused on the ecology of ambient sound is one of the important ones for the future of humanity. Therefore, it is significant the creation of the correct forms for including the environmental sound in artworks and art and performing art. Might be to take into account the ecology of environmental sound when composers create eco music learn from the other inhabitants of the earth, listening to sound, listening to soundscape, not only record and use for electronic music. We decided that we are more intelligent and we must study them as pitiable creators. However, one invisible virus can kill the entire humanity in 1 week. Why? Because we think that all inhabitants on the earth is stupid except us, but might be small. A silk worm also thinks something about human. Let's see my nano opera. And I finished by this opera. It's 5 minutes if I have.
You don't.
I don't. I have not answers, so you can listen. Okay, 2 minutes. No, because 2 minutes you don't understand what about this piece.
Well, Andres, it's 5 minutes. We're going to be behind time. How is it?
How's the internet? Okay.
It's okay. I need to speak in the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay. So time for what? Okay. So Eka, we're gonna do questions right now. Yes, please, Charis.
You have questions? What about?
There's the first
Hello.
question.
Hello.
Okay.
It's open. It's open. Okay. I would like to quote a question. Where did we lose the ability to understand the language of the universe? A question mark. The science the last 10 years discovered that there are an endless universes already existing, and every small amount of a second, the Planck length, an endless new universes are being created. At the same time, at our universe, we have another 6 to 7 dimensions scrambled in a way that we don't perceive. So we never had the ability of understanding the language of the universe because it is impossible, firstly, and there are an endless universes.
Here's the language of universe.
This is
Our universe.
they answer you. We are part of the universe, so we can feel, and we always want to understand and realize, and we are hesitate because I cannot to finish my. We hesitate, is it right or not? When we have idea, is it always right? Because we cannot to think something wrong, because all information comes from the universe.
But when did we have the ability that we lost?
We lost the ability.
When did we have so as to lose then? We never had.
Why we never had?
Because we think that we have, but if there are scrambled dimensions that we don't perceive, we don't have. And it's not one universe, there are an endless universes. It's our imagination maybe that it is one universe and that we understand the universe, and now we don't anymore.
Well, we have disagreements here, right?
Yeah. I quote Nobel Prize winners of physics and mathematics. I don't quote myself.
Absolutely.
Yes, I understood what you were saying. Mathematics and physics make objective reality, and we make objective reality and make our rules. Don't listen our neurons. By our neurons, we make our materialized universe. and we have our system. And this is our problem that we cannot, it's very complicated because it's like fantastic, yeah. But we can't think in this direction also. Maybe music is exactly which helps us to talk with our atoms, with our cells, maybe. This is question. I haven't the answers how to do. If the answers would be, of course, I will answer.
We have a question from Manuel online.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we met a few years ago in Tbilisi. I was there. So thank you for your presentation. And also I would like to connect with this topic about universe, language, and music, what we are discussing in this moment, because also I have some comments related with the idea that there is a language of the universe. Yesterday in my presentation, I think I mentioned a few comments related with what is related with language, yes? And I think that the problem is that, and I agree with, I'm sorry, I don't know the person who made the first question now, but I agree that in fact it's impossible to know the language of the universe, because first of all we should ask if there is a language in the universe, because what we understand as a language is that something that is already implanted in a system, and this system is when we are making music that we are trying to, let's say, how this universe sound, and we decode this music code in our tonal system or the decaphonic system or any other system we choose. Then is the idea of that there is a universe that has a language, there is a conflict, because in fact there is no one knows if there is some system how the universe operates, and that system is the system we use to put music according to how it sounds the universe. This is one of my comments. Yes, that perhaps we should ask if the music, if the universe in fact has a language. On my opinion, I think there is no language, and the way how we can imagine the universe is just to observe our nature, because it's what we have, this little part of the universe that is outside. Then we are living in this small fragment of this universe that is our universe, our nature. And in this nature is when we function. So how to try to imagine how sounds this universe is, I think, is in the imagination, in our imagination, and not try to, of course, from my point of view, not try to imagine that there is some kind of language of the universe. Yes, this is my opinion.
My dear, this is metaphorical. Of course, it's not language like Georgian or English or like this. It is not, I don't mean how to say this verbal source. I have not for explanation what I mean under the language. To connect, to get information, I don't know, because I call language that music is like also constructed by frequencies, and our universe also constructed by frequencies, everything. And because of this, I call this language. Not that there is verb ending like this.
Yeah, so you use a concept metaphorically.
Yeah, it's like
we have
metaphoric.
one quick question on the back. Oh, Ira. Well, Irina first. All right. So, sorry.
I have one quick, very concrete question. I like very much music of Gerard Grisey, and he has composition Lenoir L'Etoile, Black Star. There he used the sounds of quasar. And is this echo music? This composition may be to consider in the concept of echo music. Thank you.
Thank you. Exactly about echo music. Echo music, this is only possibility to keep our environment and use, because we have a lot of technical possibility to produce very dangerous frequencies for our health. And in the environment also, for example, some signals and so on. And it is possible to control this. And if we also took some spaces outside for music and include this sound in our music, and we compose exactly music for this, not to record and after use as we want. No, we compose for the nature music. This I call the eco music, and of course, this is, I think, exactly what you asked.
Yeah, and one more question. Sure.
Thank you for your polemic presentation. And I'd like to remind my colleagues that music was the universe, as Plato, Aristotle argued. That was ancient times. But my question is not about that. I put very simple. Can you say that whether gamelan is eco music or not?
Yeah.
Thank
Good.
you.
Yeah, good short answer. Thank you so much, Eka, and thank you
course.
everybody for your questions.
It is part
Thank
of
you.
it. Thank you very much.
I think this is the best part of the conference, right? We have this kind of discussion, right? All right. And now I am very happy to announce our last presenter before the break, last but not least. Agata Krawczyk from Stanislaw Moniuszko Academy of Music in Gdansk, Poland, with a presentation entitled Expectations and Sense of Directionality in Selected Solo Works by Hanna, Kulenty. Please welcome Agata.
Microsoft Edge. Yeah.
Maybe I share your screen.
Okay, maybe I will put some links first, and also I will make a presentation. Let's start it.
It's not playing. It's your presentation. Here's yours on the desktop.
It's not open yet.
As a moderator, I'm going to entertain you while we're waiting. I've noticed in Lithuania, people don't drink water. It's not good. Agata will drink this. I was trying to push water to Eka. I live in the United States. We walk with bottles like this, like this. And I know I look weird, but that's how it goes. Here, water for presenters. Hydrate. I use humor a lot in my life. Okay, Andres, good job.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready.
Don't worry. We'll have a little shorter break, but don't worry.
Okay, so first, let me say I'm very happy I'm here in person this time, and I have a little bit of a deja vu because I was actually here, but virtually during the pandemic in 2020. And this feeling of deja vu stems also from the fact that 2 years ago, the edition of the conference was about teleology. And what inspires me in my research and what I am dealing with for the most part is the our compositional strategies in reference to musical time, and my today's presentation will also stem a little bit from that. The concept which is like a big inspiration for me in my research is the work of Jonathan D. Kramer and his concept of linearity and non-linearity. Just a reminder from 2 years ago. But of course, as not only as a music theorist, but also as a person who has some educational background in composition studies as well. What I'm searching for is the answer, how do you do it? How do you, how is it made that this earlier events imply later events? Why, as we listen to music, we perceive it that way? And of course, this is a question that could be the object of interest for some research in the area of psychology of music. What I found myself going back to is the work of Leonard Meyer and of course his famous work Emotions and Meaning in Music, in which he provides the theory implementing rules of Gestalt psychology onto the ground of music. From there stems the term of expectation. In Meyer's terms, it refers to something he called a tendency to respond, a response pattern that we have as we learn some habits, as we in life perceive various styles of music in sort of a way we learn music. Also, Meyer refers in other works to information theory, which is also an interesting approach, and I must say that as more rooted in psychology and less in something rational and objective, it's a little bit closer to my heart. Those are the quotes. What's important here is this term of a complex system of probabilities, like the events in the musical piece evoke this system of probabilities because we can estimate as we listen. Of course, we do it unconsciously. We can estimate based on what's happened before, what will happen next, based on probability. Both Meyer and actually also Jonathan Kramer refers to information theory and to Markov chains, which is a process in which the probabilities depend on the previous events. This provides a little bit of a framework for reflecting upon how the composer is composing perception, because there are some composers that are composing perception in a way very consciously. Of course, Lutosławski will be one name, but Hanna Kulenty is also one of them. And the proof of that is that she called one of the periods in her creative work trance music, and he speaks about it very openly, that like the idea is to evoke the feeling of trance in a listener. So the very idea of this music is to govern an emotional, a psychological reaction, a physiological reaction, maybe even. I chose two solo works, A Fifth Circle and One by One. But before I will proceed to them, I would like to go back to Kramer a little bit, because a lot of what I'm looking for in this music is based on one observation he made a little bit en passant, that in the music that is lacking and very clearly defined goal, which refers to much of the post-tonal music. And so if there is no identifiable goal, nor harmonic, nor in a shape of a cadence, whether it's a harmonic cadence or a contextual cadence, sometimes the only thing that may provide us with this sense of directionality is the stepwise movement, the movement in a direction, and the stepwise movement is a very specific case of this. If we imagine an ascending or descending scale, just any scale, this is a good example of that, because this is exactly a passage of music when we can, and we will surely make our estimations about what will happen in the future, because if we go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, re, mi, we all will guess that fa is the next one. However, also Mayer refers to this kind of musical event, noting that, yeah, it's possible to predict further steps, but it's impossible to predict the ending point, which also becomes significant in the music that I'm going to talk about. We know that fa is next, but we don't know if it's going till fa, till sol, or la, or si, or whatever. Of course, I'm using major scale, just an example, but if we imagine any other scale, it will be even less, even more unclear. And one important fact also to recognize that any bit of music, even very small, has a potential to be developed and to start a directional process in many different directions. Like even if we imagine a single note, we can create, imagine several directions in which the process can go. Like it can be the starting point for an ascending scale or for a descending scale. Even if I narrow it down to this sort of stepwise movement, it can be the beginning of the motive that will be sequentially repeated. It can be repeated with thickening of rhythmical density. Many examples. We can imagine what we can do with this one musical event. At the starting point, we don't know where it will go. It can very often go in many different directions, potentially. So what follows is an overview of some strategies that are used by the composer in those two pieces with regard to what I described. I'm not going to talk about these pieces in chronological order. I assume the order based on, in a way, the level of their complexity. The first would be fifth circle for alto flute and delay. One thing that is important feature of the music of Hanna Kulenty in general is this music is very repetitive, but not in the sense of repeating motifs or melodic or rhythmical models, but working with a single pitch or with a repeating of the same duration, like a rhythmical continuum based on repetitions of the same duration. I think we're going to observe it here also. A fifth circle. The piece is developing in 4 phases, and because I'm looking for those directional processes, I'm going from a detailed level. So this is going to be an overview of material and what the composer is doing with this material. Phase 1. We are going to have 3 different materials here. One of those 3 is like the most important and will prevail, and this is exactly this one, and this is the initial material of the piece. And here on the slide, you can already see how this material develops from this single note. Then this grace note is added, and then this grace note is like being expanding. First from grace note to 16th note, then to this triplet 8th note. The proportions between those two notes that create this little unit, little model are shifting, and it happens along the line of a clear direction. This is sort of this gradual process here on the ground of rhythm. And once this triplet pattern is established, it's going to remain for the rest of the time that this material is used. Later on, starting from bar 45, transpositions are introduced, but the original version remains. Those transpositions tend to go up and up and up. So again, we have a beginning of some kind of process going in a clearly established direction. We have a temporary pitch center, like here it was C sharp, but then it's B later in the development of this phase. And all the time, this material is being interrupted by two others. The second one, and I name A2 because it's, in a way, it's a continuation of the first one. Energetically, it's it's nothing very different. So that's why it's A2. And there's not much that we can say about the modifications of this material. Those interruptions are modified in terms of their time span a little bit, but there's really no rule for this. There are no gradual processes involved. And the third material is very, very different. We see this quintuplet and also it has a distinctive melodic structure with those intervals of minor thirds on top and at the bottom, and wider interval in between. And at first, it also serves only as an interruption to material A1, but later on, some modifications are implemented. And they also, in a way, follow this gradual approach. They don't go too far with that in terms of rhythm, because we start with a quintuplet, we end up with a sextuplet, which is not far. However, in the process, new notes are added. This intervallic structure is being expanded. So we have two processes here, quite limited, but going, like I would say, both are increasing. So they're going in the same direction in this material. Proceeding to phase 2, this material A1, that is already known, emerges as the only material in this phase, and it begins to follow this very, very simple pattern of stepwise movement, because it's being transposed and it appears starting from subsequent steps of a chromatic scale. So this is like a gradual process and directionality at its finest. However, it's important to notice that the rhythm is not changing here. So the process of shifting the proportions between first and second note that was introduced in the first phase is not being continued here. In phase 3, we have a different motive, quarter notes, and its melodic structure resembles a little bit this material, this one at the bottom. Okay. This is treated as one unit, as a motif, and it's also being transposed, also following subsequent steps of the chromatic scale. Those transpositions are being repeated, but there is no precise rule how many times, but we can also observe a tendency that the closer we get to the end of this phase, the number of the repetitions tends to decrease. And last phase, this is a reminiscence of this first material. We also have quarter tone glissandos, but this time they are like really, really expanded in time. And in this phase, I would say what prevails is stability. Those time spans of those glissandos, they change. However, there are also moments when there is a really stable pattern established, and there is no gradual or strictly directional procedure involved here in organization, neither of pitch nor of rhythm. Okay, I think it's a good moment to listen before going to the next piece. No, this one. Let's listen to the beginning, this first phase with this main material and interruptions. I'm sure when you noticed that we perceived all of this as a quarter non pulse, and we are deep into those triplet patterns already. They are not really perceptible because of those glissandos. So it's more in the sphere of idea, this triplet rhythm, 16th note, grace note, all those differences. However, it is. There is. Okay. One by one for marimba solo. In this case, the composer provided a little bit of indications herself, because it's a piece from an early period of Hanna Kulenty's creative output. And this is the period in which her individual compositional technique of so-called polyphony of arcs was developed. And the premise of this technique is that the composer is constructing her musical piece out of several different arcs, which can be not only superimposed vertically, which in pieces for solo music would be might be difficult to achieve, but also they can be intertwined, they can be fragmented, they can be juxtaposed. We can start from any point of an arc. Very often she starts from culmination. So her understanding of arc is like really wide, because we are used to think of an arc as something that's really like going from down up and falls back down. And this is like a wider concept of this arc. And she herself defined that this composition consists of 3 different arcs, and each of those arcs is based on a different material. And here in first arc, this is based on chords, and those chords are repeated in this 8-note rhythm. And we start with quite a long phase where there is an 8-note continuum, and they're just repeated. Then we have this fragment here, where rests are introduced. And this fragment, like within this fragment, we can observe this gradual tendency of going from a very short unit to larger and larger units. They are not large really, but they are increasing their time spans. Then this arc is being interrupted in bar 43. Another material is introduced, and the arc is continued back again from bar 214, so at the end of the piece. And this time the material of this chord, because again it stems from this chord, but this time this material is treated very differently, because modifications are now implemented in pitch content, which we can observe at the bottom of this slide, and not in rhythm. As for rhythm, we take like a step back, we go back to this 8-note continuum. So this pattern of rests and separating larger and larger units by rest is not continued anymore. We have a different pattern established. And in fact, those are 2 processes that are going at the same time. One is in this upper range of this chord, and the other one is in the lower range, and one is ascending, as you can see, and the other one is descending. Each of them is broken several times during this whole phase of the piece, and those starting and ending points are not synchronized. Arc 2, its distinctive feature is this 16-note movement, and in this first phase of this arc, there's nothing really interesting to say in terms of gradual process. There are some tendencies, but not really developed. But if you look at phase 2 and what happens with the material here, we can really clearly observe that this is a very clear direction in which this is going. New notes are added, the range is expanding, the time spans are expanding. So it's like it all goes in the same direction. Also, which we cannot see here, the time span between the repeats of these material units have a tendency, reverse tendency. It's a tendency to, they are shorter. And the last phase of this arc is this pure 16th note movement. And this is the motive, which is going to be modified by a very, very simple additive procedure. New notes are added also. So this motive will get longer and longer. And I will let the graphics speak. Until it gets interrupted, because another arc is coming back probably at this point, not starting. So this is arc 2, and arc 3 is based on chords played by a dead stroke technique. It is introduced at the same time with arc number 2. That's why this is exactly what we have seen on the previous slide. Later, these chords obtain this interesting, so-called, the composer calls it swinging rhythm. And the rhythm, we can say this is stable, this is not changing, this is the swinging pattern. So again, the modifications, the changes happen in the pitch content. Again, we have to, like 2 threads, one is going up, the other is going down, or also up. They are independent, they work independently. And later on, the swinging rhythm is also being abandoned, and some elements of gradual procedures are implemented also on the ground of rhythm, with a tendency to thickening and thinning the rhythmical density in the range between a half note and a quarter note, if I remember correctly. We don't have it here. What we saw is like an overview of several strategies. We have this very simple situation when we have one element that is very, very stable and the other one that is very clearly going in a very clearly defined direction. We have some situations where there are several different processes going in the same direction or in different directions, but the direction doesn't really matter. We feel that it's going somewhere, whether it's increasing or decreasing. It's not so much important. There is also one other element that adds to this mix, and this is tempo. And if you look at a fifth circle, we very clearly have a tempo arc here. In 1 by 1, this is a little bit different, because in 1 by 1, the tempo is very closely related to the material. So specific material in specific arcs are always in the same tempo or almost the same tempo. 144, this is the tempo for this chord arc. Okay, and coming to a conclusion, because this creates something that's, for me, well, when I think about it, I think of it as something really multidimensional. It's not like it's going in one direction. It can go in a couple of different directions. And sometimes the material is developed in one way and later it's abandoned and it's developed in another way, which is in fact in accordance with what Meyer said, that a material may have many different potentials, and it can offer more than just one direction to move. And also, we don't know what this potential is until this pattern is established. We need several repetitions, or we need several changes in those processes to recognize, it's going up, it's going down, it's getting thicker, it's getting thinner. And very often we have a situation in the music of Hanna Kulenty when just when we recognize something is changing in another parameter, in another layer, somewhere else. So to end with the question which I started in a way, what is the carrier of the sense of directionality in this music? Well, an honest answer would be there is always something. And there is a term used by researchers in reference to the music of Hanna Kulenty, which is permanent culmination. And this is the source of this permanent culmination in a way, because we never get a real culmination. We never a final, an eventual culmination. We never get this eventual closure until sometimes the very end of the piece, because there is always something that is on the move. If something is stable, some other parameter or some other layer is on the move. So the role of stability and stasis in this context is that it's like, I see it as like a buffer, as a storage room for future developments. And something that is that yesterday was stable may be moving tomorrow, and we never know how this potential will be fulfilled until it's revealed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agata. Maybe we'll have one question or two here and then the rest over there? Would it be good?
Well, since this is a topic very, very close to my heart, I simply must produce some kind of reaction. First of all, you start from certain musical event, which implies what comes next.
Mhm.
And as I gather from this composition, it is really very justified. I mean, that's really the proper way to do it. But thinking about teleological analysis, is there a possibility to think backwards, to identify the goal and see how the goal is reached?
Maybe there is, but what would be the way to identify the goal? Because if there is, well, in some instances, it is possible for sure, but in some instances, it is very, very difficult. Because if there is no, like, if there is this permanent culmination, where is the goal?
Well, there are several ways of doing that, but it's beyond the given framework of the temporal frame that we have. So I will just one suggestion, or perhaps it is a question. Since you mentioned briefly psychological point, but then sort of didn't dwell on it too much. David Huron, his ITPRA theory, are you familiar with that?
Yep.
Well, that was something that would be interesting to explore in that context.
Thank you.
Imagination, tension, prediction, reaction, appraisal.
Hmm.
On repetition, another author, I don't remember her name, surname is Margulis. She wrote a very good, she is a neuroscientist, and she wrote a book on repetition. And I think it will be also, because I think it's a play, the composer plays with the attention of the listener, yeah, and the problem of habituation, dishabituation, so psychological terms should be used, in my opinion. Very good paper, anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. And I will take your advice to heart.
Thank you. And yes, and now we're ending our first morning and early afternoon session. And Andres?
Yes, since we are quite a bit late, we were 20 minutes late, so I propose that we shorten our break to like 20 minutes and proceed at 12:40. Is that fine?
Sounds good.
Okay, so see you then.
Thank you.
So we will continue our session, and our chairman is Charis Efthimiou from University of Arts in Graz. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Does it work, this thing? Yeah. Okay. So welcome to the next session, the second session of the day. I want now to introduce you my friend Sigitas Mickis, who is Associate Professor of Music Theory, Music Technology, and Music Production at the Academy of Music of Vytautas Magnus University. He's a composer, and he wrote, among others, two very interesting operas for children. One my daughter has already visited. And today he will speak about the possibilities of practical applications of intoning compositional elements of music. And even though there is research in this field, there is actually very few or no practical applications in composition. And those stuff we will listen today from Sigitas.
Thank you for giving me the word, and thank you for picking my paper. Hello to everyone again. Okay. Sorry? Just a moment, some technicality. Šitą?
Gal tiesiog screen, jeigu garsą uždėk, jeigu
Man nereikia.
tai tada tiesiog šią.
Viskas, ne? Okay. Okay, that's what we are going to examine. Intonation, where to find when we compose in music language. Sorry. At the beginning, we just let's see where to start and what concepts to consider and what theory to help create intonation. And now I want to present you some illustration. I will do my best. Am I essentially suggestive? Is there a feeling of detachment and laziness? But I want to be expressive. And I wouldn't want to be hysterical. I just made some, what we used to use in real life when we speak. And I used intonation codes for the examples, just to be covered very soon. And the possible benefits of intoning music could be the use of well-mastered speaking habits in composing, but the intonation structure of speech should be clarified. And the methods for intoning music elements should be formulated. So let's proceed. The exemplified communication through intonation forms part of the model of Young, Cross, and Goffer-Woodruff framework, which is called Music as a Communicative Medium. More precisely, demonstrated part is called the socio-intentional dimension. The description has deep roots in the science of communication and anthropology. However, the content given by the scholars practically and consistently defines three interrelated aspects of speech intonation called prosody codes. That's the essence of their framework. So the primary code, frequency, conveys a simple intention of dominance or subordination to the listener. That's the aggression or desire to collaborate through the low and high voice frequency accordingly. The second, effort code in the middle, green, in combination with the frequency code, provides variety of intention. For example, at the beginning of the presentation, I used a higher frequency and broad effort for expressive intonation. I particularly like this because it's deeply rooted in the biology, I should say, or humanity, because this features in communication only for humankind. Even primates cannot convey this. For example, frequency is related to our ability to guess the size of the sound source. The lower the frequency, the bigger size in our imagination. For example, like a thunder sound. Yeah, and effort code could deliver the energetic quality of the sound emanation object, meaning that whether it's nominal or of high modulation of energy. So it's in us as a human species. And in the slide table, the origins of all four intentions can be seen in the combinatorics of two. I simply used low and narrow, as you see. From two, we get four possible qualities, which is called code of production. And supporting open and closed communication. The most general example of this opportunity could be the interrogative or affirmative intention of communication. So that's the question, or proposition. In addition, the weight of the effort code appears to be more significant for conveying openness or closure, and that's very vital for our rendering to the musical language. I will show later. When intoning a speech, it is necessary to consider the limited human memory resources, the so-called working memory size, which can reach at maximum of about a quarter of a minute. So 50 seconds is maximum. What one phrase musical could be perceived as such. So speech intonation timing should be structured with hierarchical accents, feet, words, and intonation phrases. From feet, as you see, we can, it's related to the frequency. From this, we put the words which conveys our energy of speaking, and what's naturally chained into the phrases. In music, these hierarchical accents potentially imply the listener's entrainment, that is pulsing of attention, very vital and very important notion, to forecast the intonation, or as Eugene Namo or Leonard B. Meyer have suggested, to realize or deny expectation of intoning in this case. It's a broader conception to guess and getting positive result from our guessing anticipation of next music around the corner, or getting negative emotions when our guess was wrong. Okay, so we should find another framework to view speaking and music, and this is Lawrence M. Zbykovsky, which points out that music entrainment and its rhythmic artifact groove are not homogeneous. At least 3 different conceptual models draw listeners' attention. Note that the relationship between the models echo the hierarchy of intonational codes. Specifically, in the slide, a regularity of equal durations line is interrupted with the differentiation of long accents in the middle. So the flow is interrupted with the accent. And moreover, the recursion of the first 2 models implies a cyclicity, a composing element, in this case, known as a modal rhythm in the domain of duration. If one knows the modality, okay, that's the detail, but this is original modal rhythms are triple in nature, and this is duple one, short, short, long. And if we would want to convert into the old medieval, here should be dotted 8, yeah, and then would be the original one. That's just the detail compositional. In a similar vein, to the presented entrainment example, and based on the result of cognitive research, I formulated entrainment models for preferred composing elements to be intoned. However, this was only half the job. It would be necessary to describe the intonation codes the mentioned entrainment imply for the credibility of prediction while composing. So the point is that entrainment, when music involves us, is only a tool to reach, to attach intonation, which has roots in our speaking communication. That's my job, yeah, in this case. Okay, for the intoning model, I evaluated my professional experience, intonic needs, and communication peculiarities among the musicians, just to derive terms which could be used in usual circumstances when we create. Yeah, that's one of my aims. The latter aspect was essential for practical application of the methodology. For example, the wide effort of rhythmic duration, which could result in mechanical fusion from the speech intonation codes and the musical elements, the definition so points to nothing more than a useless metaphor. So what is wide effort of rhythm? Unknown, which is challenging to consider when dealing with changes in the flow of rhythmic event. The aspects of entrainment shown in the table are relatively easy to assign to specific composing elements, such a basal and elaborative rhythm, rhythmic solo and ensemble, and open or closed rhythm flow. However, these elements' adequate and valuable application is complicated and multi-level. That's very vital. For example, the rhythm of duration could compete with the pulse beats, which is imaginary rhythm. Yeah, we imagine beats. That's not real thing in a sound, or metrical accent, as well as overall rhythmical intonation possibly interacts with the ones of tones and or timbre. So that's not difficulties, but a complexity of this approach. So to determine the relationships between composition elements, TRIS, I know from my times when I was preparing my doctoral thesis, so theory of inventing problem solving. So some methods to ignite the conscious or to understand it, to ignite, to broaden it, yeah, or supply it. Specifically, it's screen model to ensure the consistency of the intonational framework. In TRIS methodology, each higher level screen creates the demand for content in the lower ones. That's very vital. They are interrelated. Very famous example, when we look into the trees, we can see also the forest, or we can see also the leaves. So that's play of consciousness and inquiry focus. I use that. So thus at the lower subsystem level, essential element of musical language were associated with codes and treatment. And for example, the already discussed rhythm of durations acquires the following intonational space. Just it's not ready-made. Instead of dominant subordinated, it should be basal, but it's the same. Basal means intention to dominate to the listener, and subordinated or elaborated rhythm. In this case, change of I just show you using different durations multiple durations creates the contact, yeah, to the listener. In this case, just very simple because it's a multi-leveled various compositional elements could be involved in this. And what we have super system, that's one on the top. We have, I'm basically very happy with that because all three levels should point to the what we have here. And what we have as a basal or dominant rhythmical flow is written here contrasting monorhythm, meaning contrasting it's shaky from the metrical grid. And monorhythm just only one. And we can think of quite numerous examples. For example, syncopated bass line works in this way. And the lines in highly maximalistic music, avant-garde, works also this way. So they are bombarding listener and establishes itself as center of the universe. So that's a point. And the opposite elaborative one is consistent polyrhythm, meaning that the different speed of the pulses creates harmonical flow. And the most obvious example is romantic music and Beethoven or Schubert, where all the 16ths, 18th, 8ths, and quarter with dots, they create homorhythmic, but at the same poly speed or polyrhythmic. So because of consistency, yeah, consistency that means all the speeds supports each other. As a contrasting, it's a highly syncopated. And what we have, if you remember that effort code, and effort code is in a vertical dimension. So tones, rain tones listen, or they add another dimension, and they are slightly more powerful in this venture of creating intonational contact with the listener. And what we have here is simply distinction. If solo means that all the lines establish harmony, whatever it is not necessary the third triads. It's like a scriabin, for example. Could be any kind of, but meaning that they are coherent to imply chords, whatever it is. And the opposite is an ensemble. So all the lines of the tonal expression participate in supporting melody. Various devices could be counterpoint, sub melody. I don't know how in English, free counterpoint, maybe that's the same as in Lithuania. So the three different voices supporting all the motion, bass, middle voices, and melodic. So a lot of devices could be, and this gives the flourishing of melody and the contact of with the listener. And what we have as an open-close section, so a third code rendered to musical. Moment. Okay, we have, and we have. So, is derivation. So all the same as I showed you in the speech. Basal with a intentional, basal with a ensemble. And so on, combinatorics. Plus, if you want to sound very open, you use a lot of, according to this, extended articulation technique. So unusual playing with instruments or with a voice, which is numerous examples in 20th modernism and avant-gardism. And if you want to sound close, not so open and closeness in this case, meaning that your music is not yielding a lot of questions. So it just creates kind of notions or intonation, which is self-understandable, at the worst case, but which case a harmony we call this, so that's the point of how we rendered the initial system of speech intonation projecting to the musical communication, and that's the end actually. And I won't go to detail unless you want specific elements to explain me. I can explain because I have all those diagrams. It's quite complicated, but the vital point is that this is system level, and this is what music are. Personal voice of composer. That's very vital. If you know how, at least several of those elements, how to proceed in your personal way, it's like in speech. We can distinguish two persons talking because they intonate in different ways. This is the tool for intonation for personal composer's voice. That's very vital. And that's what we have here. And I also show where it stands, the sub system level. It just explains how to achieve this single dissonant pulse, multiple consonant pulses. You go to sub level and see that recommendation there. And also I already showed that all these three are united in the same hierarchical way to produce what we call not understandable, but at least projected of your intonation and get some response from the listener. Of course, it's not 100% reliable because of the noise, which we already had from another presentation, but nevertheless, you have at least possibility to increase your intonational part of your music. That's all. And
thank you, Sigitas. I would like to praise the accuracy of the length of the of the presentation. So that means that we have enough time for questions. Milos, any questions? Okay.
Yeah, because I would like to come back to the definition of entrainment. Have you ever compared this definition with the definition of entrainment that is used on the ground of the psychology of music? Because it's one of the mechanisms that is mentioned when we are talking about the emotions, how music induces emotions. And we have this model, for example, Bretsfema of Patrick Jaslin, and R is it is acronymous. R is rhythmic entrainment, and it means that the listener adjusts his or her physiological parameters to the music, to the parameters of music. So, are there any connections between entrainment?
Yeah, surely. I've just written that. Actually, I took from those original theory. But as what I imply with the entrainment as a tool which I use, it's a pulsation of attention and adjustment. That's clear. That's all. And what we have here, I simply joined with that because this part, I just this different types of entrainment. Because Zbykovsky himself did not attach to the entrainment. I don't know why, partly because it's 224, which is nobody speaks so widely about entrainment, maybe because of that. But I saw the possibility that this entrainment could be the tool when we realize that this entrainment is regular, this is somehow different from this regularity, and we get cyclic, which is, again, somebody showed those arcs in the flow. Yeah. So this creates possibility for me to make this, and multi-level. But this, yes, it's a involvement of attention of listener. And what he is doing then, I doubt that it's 100% adjust his physiologies. Because maybe you can stop from doing this because of the noise, because of that noise of psychological constraints. He's not interesting, or he goes against the music. But what his attention pulses, that's for sure. What he's doing with that, it's is question. Not necessarily dancing,
So it is called also acoustic driving, So it means that music,
very various things, groups, pulse, etc. But for me, it's a pulsing of attention, and it's a quite universal because, for example, meter stems from the pulsing of attention, because we somehow in a flat surface of sound, we catch important details which are in meter-like, so cycles of attention again.
Actually, I'm not sure if it's the case of attention. So, but it's the because attention is one of the cognitive.
I'm relying on a known model and very reliable how we perceive meter. That's a matter of attention cell, because it just we grab some window and then we're looking for the same repetition Yeah, that's attention pulsing, that's for sure. And that's why I derived treatment, because the treatment quite similar. We just pulse into the repetition, yeah, and in the okay bar, yeah, or whatever it's called.
Okay, so it's
Cycling, yeah.
questionable,
Yeah,
actually.
okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
It's
Milos.
maybe some stupid question, but you call pulse like consonant and dissonant pulse. What is difference? Is pulse is pulse?
No. That's the types of pulse, and that's not my invention. We have a Pankot, a very famous scholar, and he said that coordination in between the different one pulse you cannot say whether it's consonant or dissonant, but when we have at least two pulses together, no, that's. If this pulse is regular, it's for sure it's a reliable. If pulse is regular, it is consonant with us. But if it's highly syncopated, it's dissonant with us. It's for sure. It's for sure. No, it's for sure. Read Pankot.
I also
Okay.
wanted to replicate that it probably relates to the Stockhausen's term of temporal dissonance. Yeah,
That's
it's
it's
Just to get to that, get back to that point of entrainment. Not only that it is quite a novel, actually, hype, I would almost say, but I think the source was dated 2021, that means last year. According to some research, it's not even a uniquely human phenomenon. Crickets entrain,
yes.
some insects.
Yes, I didn't say that.
Fiddler crab, but then you don't see our immediate ancestors. You don't see primates. You don't see apes entraining in that way.
No, I didn't say that. Entrainment just a tool. I said that those intonational codes are human-only species. That's not the same.
Oh, okay. So that's somehow with the species we put together from way back in the evolution, entrainment as far back as insects or something, and then singing, it's birds, and then social music as a social act is from the social organization of primates, and somehow this all coalesced in human musicality.
No, what is the point? I didn't show, because this system of theirs is threefold. You just talking about dimension which is called social. I don't recall, but which environmental, about environment. So music conveys environment, or put simply, it depicts something. So the singing bird depicts his environment. That's clear. And we also can make music which depicts, for example, wind or whatever. So that's one dimension. Another dimension is what I call professional, and they call cultural and active. That means that when I became a professional composer, I had the skills to write a counterpoint, understand what is arrangement, and that's all. That's a second dimension. And I was talking only about third dimension, which is purely human-like. It's a ability to convey the purpose of sayings. No one else, at least there is no evidence that primates can deliver the size of whatever of the third thing. You cannot tell the story that something big coming to us and let's make something. They cannot do that. Only people
but
can.
There is evidence that with certain, I don't know whether it was apes or monkeys, that they have a system of signaling which is very discriminative. A certain
they can deliver intention, convey intention.
Yeah,
Not-
it's not
not the
exactly
intention.
intention. So
No,
it's
yeah.
it's strictly about conveying intention.
I don't know, but
But
maybe
some elements of
maybe
joint attention, if not shared attention, but joint attention between primates.
maybe that's a reason because what I had with those, they simply put that this intonational codes just human species, no one else can produce this intention of sayings, not telling the story, but why I'm telling the story. That's a
Okay.
that's a
yeah,
point. Yeah.
fair enough.
Maybe
Mhm.
there are some evidence recently that chimpanzees or whatever, whoever it is, could deliver that something imaginary. Yeah, but it would be strange
Yeah.
because we are human, we have imagination, and that's what we're doing with music.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you so much for the very interesting discussion, but we need to continue.
Thank you.
I would like Sigita, thank you so much. I would like now to introduce Enrique Portovedo and Angelo Martingo. Greetings to warm Portugal. Can you hear us, Enrique?
Yes, perfectly.
Very well. Yeah, this paper aims at discussing the optimization of augmented instruments and the role of the performance in creating a new repertoire. Enrique is professor at University of Aveiro. He is a performer, and he also is awarded with several prizes. And he got his summa cum laude PhD in the field of science and technology of the arts at the Portuguese Catholic University. So
good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present here. Actually, this is about my recent work, and I made a video for technical reasons as well. So if something on the internet could fail, I prepared the video. It has 24 minutes. So maybe I will forward a bit sometimes to keep the tracking of the time. So are you now seeing my screen?
yes.
Yes. Okay. So good afternoon or good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be presenting here at the Principles of Music Composing Conference. My name is Enrique Portovedo, and I'm working at the University of Aveiro in Portugal. So the changing paradigm of performance practice is creating not only new virtuosity, but leading performance as the status of a creative tool. New composition aesthetics are deeply influenced by electronic materials and sonic repositoires, at the same time as new mediums are currently seen as possible extensions of instrumental practice. These mediums are available for creative purposes during composition and performative processes. While the aesthetics of acoustic and electronic sounds are creating mutual influences, composers and sound designers develop new languages, gestural attitudes, extended and augmentation techniques, notation methods, and inclusively new instrumental development. So non-conventional approaches to instrumental sonic manipulation are offering possibilities of expressive extension and augmentation, just as they expand possibilities in the field of composition. So in the last years, I'm very much questioning the concept of performance and its multiple meanings, highlighting its importance for the realization of the music work. Actually, we own perhaps the greatest musical achievements to a non-musical idea, which is the division between performing and composing. So it is interesting to see how Mark Lehman presents 7 interlocking spheres in the concept of performance. It is also important to underline the relation between creativity and musical performance, especially through a multidimensional perspective, which is fundamental to its own realization. So where are exactly the boundaries between performance and creation? So I call in a very provocative way this term Gesamtspieler obviously analogous to the concept, the Wagner's concept of Gesamtkunstwerk. And actually, the meaning of a total performance has been very much discussed, inclusive by composers as Michael Meyerhoff. So I started to develop my theory on this. And having a background as a performer, there were some pieces that challenged me to rethink the way performance was being made, and my contribution not only to the performance, that's obvious, but to the realization and concretization of the piece. So the first challenge that I present here, it was a work that, due to its instrumental duality and acoustic electronic relationship, most motivated me to design an augmented instrument as an expressive medium. So its performative difficulties led me to, in a large extent, to relearn and rethink a performative process while creating an awareness of an hybrid performance in the field of mixed music. So this relation between having two different instruments, and the first, obviously, an instrument so that the electronics could be played in a direct relation between musical gesture and sound output, let's say. So another piece, it was Numb by Igor Silva. So this piece actually is, the electronic part is very much made of sound samples recorded by myself. And in the last case, for instance, Hermes by João Quinteiro. So both of these pieces, they were in one hand challenging me the way I had to relearn the instrument to be played, the saxophone to be played, but in another hand, they were composed based on my performance, not only my performative aesthetics, but inclusively sound material that I was providing to the composer. So I started to develop this idea of multidimensional practice. Once that my current musical practice addresses several domains of music realization and is located in several aesthetic currents simultaneously, assuming different functions, which can range from interpretation to improvisation and even other things like programming or the co-development of musical software. So this concept of multidimensional practice has some subdivisions or layers, several domains. One, the first one is the kind of sound practice, which actually refers to sound-based composition. The second aspect is the multimedia concept, once that this concept as a connection with this transdisciplinary upheaval that tends to bring together different artistic disciplines in the late 20th and these first years of the 21st century, and then the relation between computer technology and humans, which is possible to analyze on different prisms. The development of systems for mixed music or electroacoustic works are based on the process that comprise sound input, computational analysis, and response. Inclusively, it's possible to distinguish between interaction and interactivity. And bearing in mind that any digital sound can be created and modified completely independently of the instrumental technique, there are therefore no limits for experimentation of an innovative nature in terms of interaction between the human being and the computer. And it is also important to consider that the human performance brings things to the computer, and the computer brings things to the human performance. So one of the domains of this multidimensional practice is, of course, the challenge of these new materials, which sometimes they are called extended techniques. So it's important to understand that actually electronic mixed music nowadays and its aesthetic based on multimedia concepts impose different performative challenges that we consider here under the multidimensional condition. So by moving towards extended or augmented performance approaches, it becomes obvious that we are adding a layer of an active performance into the knowledge that we gained as classical trained or virtuoso musicians. So it's quite debatable if the expression extended techniques are correct these days, because they refer precisely to an unconventional approach to instrumental performance. But we must say that actually is the aesthetic that imposes a way of playing the instrument, and I don't consider that we have orthodox and unconventional ways of playing an instrument. But in my case, to fulfill some composition needs, very often I'm asked to provide material and guides for composing. So one of the works that I've been developing in this area of active interpretation, for instance, it was the notation and the catalog, to make a catalog of all multiphonic permutations, for instance, on the alto saxophone. Once that lots of composers were asking me to play sound continuous based on multiphonics, and most of the methods don't tell us that sometimes to re-articulate different multiphonics we have to leave the fingers from the instrument and re-articulate. So there's a break in the connection of them. So I notated from each pivot multiphonic all the possible permutations between others. So and I recorded. And so on. So based, for instance, on this work with multiphonics, several pieces were written by other composers based on this material. But for this purpose, I developed two applications, two softwares. One specifically for the fingering of each multiphonic. So every time I was recording a series of permutations, automatically the file could have the fingering of that multiphonic. And in other hand, I developed with Luis Neto Costa another software and applications for the analysis of each multiphonic that could retrieve as the partials according to the amplitude of each partial. So this work also resulted in a series of notation that composers could be using for their pieces. So in one end, the access to the sound of all multiphonics, which I was delivering and I'm delivering to everyone interested, and in other end, the system to recognize all the partials of the multiphonic in terms of written notation. So one of the pieces is probably one of the most demonstrative. It was Orgias do Agora for baritone, saxophone, and multiphonics. For instance, here we have the fingering position, which I give as well through the first application, and the rhythm, and in this case we didn't notate the partials for reading purposes by the musician. So another case, it was Otpo by Michael Edwards, which, and here we have the notation of this system, let's say, or what the system can retrieve us in terms of continuous of multiphonics without any kind of articulation between them. Was leading me and rethinking the way instruments are being developed these days. I started to develop an augmented instrument, acts, hybrid augmented saxophone of gestural symbiosis, and my main questions were these ones. Actually, when augmenting an instrument, it should be playable in an existing way. Will augmentation modify traditional techniques? But basically, this is a problem-solving solution for challenges of performing pieces with external equipment like pedal boards, faders, knobs, etc. So this kind of virtuosity that we don't acquire over years and years of instrumental practice, and that suddenly the challenge of performing these kind of materials that as a disembodied approach can give some troubles to instrumentalists, to performers. So I decided to develop an augmented instrument where I could retain all my instrumental technique embodied in the instrument and controlling all the other electronic music parameters. So this is the idea of the instrument. In a kind of provocation, I refer like an augmentation process that is based on a reductionist approach. So because one of the main challenges is not, when creating an augmented instrument, is not creating an overload of performance aspects that could actually give constraints, the same constraints as controlling pedal boards or faders or knobs while playing an acoustic instrument. So there were several prototypes, obviously, during the years, and I'm now in this stage thanks to 3D printing, and it is a Bluetooth instrument, so it connects via API to the computer, and it allows Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity, which is recognizable automatically by any music software, inclusively Max, which is mainly used. So with this, actually the instrument were developing according the pieces being written for it by other composers. So I provided a data sheet with technical details, and some pieces were composed. So it was, and these compositions were very useful to understand as well the kind of notation that we could be using for this instrument. So now I go a little bit further. I will not explain and see all these pieces because they were the corpus of the research for the presentation of this augmented instrument. But how all this information was affecting me the way I was composing as well. So most recently I've been developing a series of pieces for different saxophones, so called slippery singularity studies. And these pieces were developed over the specialized algorithmic composition software named Slippery Chicken, which is written in and functions on the principles of the Common Lisp object system, the Common Lisp facility for object-oriented programming. So this is one of the pieces that I'm showing here. So the basic procedure for using Slippery Chicken or any part which may be algorithmic or manually specified consists of defining instrument ranges, transposition, chord selection, microtonal potentials, etc. The instrument changes for individual players if we have different instrumentation, the set harmonic palette, the rhythm sequence palette, the rhythm sequence map, the set map, the tempo match change, and limits in terms of for the whole piece of you can define limits for or range for different instruments. So in this case, I was making this example, this piece just for alto saxophone, and the result of it. But as well with this kind of information generated by the algorithmic composition, I start to develop a version 1B for the augmented instrument as well. So the piece that I'm showing here is based on all the previous materials that I've been showing. So this piece actually it was presented at the as well at the NIME conference this year, and actually uses the augmented instrument to control ring modulation with variation in grain size, grain rate, some freezing as well. So there's some presets to control the electronics, that especially the bass that appears after a few seconds of the starting of the piece with the loop. So it's controlling some pre-recorded electronics as well. There's some buffers, obviously, at least 2 buffers that records the saxophone material, and then the sequential triggering of all the events during the piece. So so there's as well in the augmented instruments a way to control different amplitudes of the saxophone, the electronics, etc. So this is how I sum up here this presentation. So this work demonstrates as well the importance on how instrumentalist performance contributes to the co-creation process in today's contemporary music. The development of instrumental techniques based on the concept of active performance is related to the most multidimensionality approach in terms of the development skills, including extended and augmented instrumentalists, software programming, development of interactive musical systems, embodied gestural performer, which all comes to contribute to the formalization of the Gesamtspielers idea or the concept of multidimensional performance practice. So thank you so much. Some of this work has been featured as well in some books and publications, especially the augmented saxophone, and I want to acknowledge to the organization of this conference, but as well, of course, to the support of my university and to the Portuguese Foundation of Science and Technology. So now I'm here live for some questions, and I will be happy if you contact me for further questions outside of this session. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Henrik, for this beautiful and very informative presentation. We have a little time for a couple of questions. We are a little bit ahead of our time. A couple of questions. From Andreas. Okay.
Yes, I would like to ask you, Enrique, first of all, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Is your work related to Tom Bergeron's scalar model of multiphonics?
Yes, more or less. The first objective, it was to create a chart that other composers could use to make continuous, like for instance the music of Raphael Sendo and all those composers working with saturation that wants to use this kind of granularity of the sound provided by the multiphonics. So this was the first objective. And then, of course, analyzing partials and working with partial, I start to use sometimes some Markov chains as well to select multiphonics according to a series of partials and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Further questions? So we would like to thank you, Henrik, for your beautiful presentation. Thank you so much, and greetings to Portugal.
Thank you so much, and I hope to be with you in the next time in that beautiful place. And please, if you would like to write for saxophone or to develop some pieces for saxophone, I will be happy to work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So now we continue with Federico Favalli,
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thank
Can
you
you
so
hear
much.
me?
Yeah, yes. Federico studied composition at the Conservatory of La Spezia, King College of London, University of Birmingham and New York. He's also active as a musicologist and as an independent researcher. And he will speak us about a painting of Pompeo Battoni and his efforts, which I can understand very, very well, to write a composition based on this painting and the connections between these two worlds. Thank you so much, Federico.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll try to share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And kindly requested that we have 30 minutes and it will be nice to have a nice discussion at the end.
Yeah, I will be brief, promise you.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen? Can you see it? Okay. I hope so. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't listen very well. Okay, thank you for this opportunity you are giving me to present my research at this conference. And for so many years, I've been working on this topic: how it's possible to translate in music forms and visual forms and to create from them a musical structure. This has been the core topic of my PhD at the University of Birmingham, and keep going doing research on this topic. This piece I've written in 2016. Yes, there's been a seminal piece for my research for several reasons that I'm going to explain in my presentation. First of all, I have to say that I'm from a small city in Tuscany, which is Lucca, and it's a city like 60 kilometers from Florence, the city in which Giacomo Puccini was born. And I'm sure already of you knows this fact, but indeed it's a famous city also because many composers have born here. I can quote, for example, Luigi Boccherini, Alfredo Catalani, of course Giacomo Puccini, and many others. And indeed also many artists were born here, sculptors, writers, and painters throughout the centuries. And Pompeo Battoni is one of these artists. In fact, he was born in my hometown in 1708, and then he moved when he was young, around 20, 22. He moved to Rome when he worked and lived. And he had several sons that also helped him in his work of painter. He married twice, and the first wife passed away in 1742, and the second one, and then he got married again in 1747. Now, these are just a small number of news, just to have an idea of the painter that I will talk about for my composition. From an artistic point of view, Battoni is worldwide famous because he painted a large number of portraits, and his work are spread all over the world, I could say. You can see something from the list here in front of you: Dallas, London, Paris, and of course Rome, Madrid, Florence, and Warsaw and other cities. And many of those paintings are pretty famous. Now, I spent 1 year in London, studied at King's College in 2013, 2014. And I had the opportunity to visit several times the National Gallery. As you know, it's pretty close to King's College on the Strand. And visiting the gallery, I was, I noticed this painting in a particular way. The painting I'm talking about is, of course, a painting by Pompeo Batoni, and you can see here highlighted in red, the time orders old age to destroy beauty. All right, it's a special painting. You can see here, you can see three characters. They describe a sort of circle that create a certain tension in the upper part of the painting. There's the beauty on the left, which is touched by the old age, but it seems that she doesn't care. No, his face is calm and nice, like to say that old age can't destroy beauty, nor bore her. And the time is indicating beauty as saying, okay, I have something to tell you, I'm here also for you, something like that. But I was struck by this theatrical scene, I would say. I can see here a certain degree of theatricality, and this was the effect that I noticed since the first time I saw the painting. Now, as I said, I went several times to the National Gallery to, you know, to gaze this work of art among others. And doing research on the topic that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, I decided to stop and to try to, you know, to discover a way to put this painting in music, so to speak. In other words, how I could use the tension in the painting, the characters, the lines, the forms, and whatever in my to create a piece of music, to create one of my pieces. Now, my composition has been written for this ensemble that you can see here, because I had the opportunity to work with the Birmingham Contemporary Music Group, who actually premiered the piece at the Eka Conservatoire, the University of Birmingham, in May 2016. My piece is about 3 minutes long, and now I had the idea to prepare an empty score, no, with an empty score with all the lines for all the staves for all instruments, but empty, and put them one next to the other on a piece of paper, and one next to the other, and one below to the other. Okay, so I had some sort of grill made my empty score, as I can call it. Now I superimposed this empty score on the painting, and I had a very interesting situation in this case, because I had lines describing the borders of the characters on my stave, on my empty score, on my staves. Plus, I had the colors of the characters on my empty space. So I found a way to represent musically, I would say, the painting in my score and in my piece. And so I've done for the upper part of the painting, like 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 lines starting from above. This was just for a practical reason, because we had a fixed time for our pieces to collaborate with Birmingham Contemporary Music Group. And so I organized my lines, I organized my score following these lines and these colors. Now, how? As regards the lines, I created a chain of sounds in the score, reproducing the contours and the silhouettes of the bodies of the characters in the score with these chains of sounds. As regards the colors, I use different scales, so different harmonies, to characterize each character of the painting in my score. And here you can see an example. No, you can see. I'm not sure if you can see the cursor, but you can see here a line going up, and then another going up here, and then another going down, and there are just 2 pages of the score going down, and the harmonies in the middle. Now, my problem was that this method allowed me to organize in a coherent way my score and my musical thoughts related to the painting. But because I had my scores one next to the other in an horizontal way and then in a vertical way, but when you listen a piece of music, you just listen a piece going on as time is passing by. I was aware, and I'm aware, that the listener will never recognize the characters of the painting listening to the piece. Maybe something about the colors. I don't know. I should do research on this point, but definitely it's very difficult about the contour of the arm, for example, or the head, or so on. Why? Because the music is going on in a different way. You know, the time and the way to appreciate a painting is very different from the time and the way to appreciate a piece of music. I'm aware of this, but this fact to relate the characters in the picture to my score was just a way to create a coherence in my piece, to find a way to organize musical material in a coherent way, and I would also say in a personal way, because it's my way to read the pictures. So now I'm trying to play just a few seconds. I don't want to steal precious minutes, but just to have an idea. Oh, where is my, okay. Please let me know if you can hear or not.
No.
No, oh.
Maybe you need to share your sound.
Yes, it's...
You go to Zoom, and there...
Yes.
Not here, you exit, you leave this program and you go to your Zoom platform, and there on the...
Here.
Now stuck.
Sorry. Okay, this is Zoom.
Yeah, Zoom, and then somewhere on the left down part must be the feature share sound. You don't share. Unfortunately, we don't see anything, so I cannot guide you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Let me try to
go to.
Sorry
Okay.
for this.
So yeah, Zoom. Yeah. Please, the mouse on the screen. The mouse must. Yeah. No. It was Zoom.
Okay, this is Zoom.
No, this is not Zoom.
Zoom.
Zoom. The program.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I have this.
We were just before.
Here. Is it here?
No. Just go there where you were to see again your video.
Okay, here.
Now just to see you. We don't see you now. We see your desktop. Yes. Okay. Now, it's again. Okay. And now you need to share the sound.
Yes.
It's at the bottom.
Yeah.
Share sound.
All right. Now it should work.
Okay.
Now
Let's go. Let's go back and check. Let's check.
Yes. So let me share the
share screen in the middle.
Okay, just 1 minute, please. I'm sharing my screen now. Okay, now should okay.
Okay, and now try again. Unfortunate. Yeah. Yes. I have done my job.
I'm cruel just interrupting here. Please forgive me, but it was just to show just to play just some seconds of my piece. You have heard parts with more notes, more like dance rhythm. There were the parts with, for example, a line, a finger arm of the painting, and calmer parts where maybe nothing of the character being found in the empty score. So this was to explain how another work of art could generate a piece of music, which has been an experiment, not really a work of art. So how I generated my piece starting from a painting. The big challenge has been that being two different types of art, they have different internal dynamics and different needs. And so the very first draft, I just transferred the lines in my score. Then the second draft, I adjusted something to make it work musically. And well, this has been an influence, I would say, that the painting have had on my activity as a composer, and also more technically speaking on my score. And this has been a very important step, as I said at the very beginning, for my research. In this year, I keep working on this aspect and try to generate music starting from also other arts, for example, literature and so on. All right, thank you for your time. And if you have a question, I'm happy to answer. I can also write, if I write in the chat my email address. If you want to reach me for any question or comments, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Federico. Questions, please. Yeah. All fine. It's all
okay.
It's all fine.
Well, thank you. I just want to make a brief comment. I think you said a very important thing in probably the last slide. Work generated by another work of art. I think that the word representation or something popped up in the earlier part of your talk. I think it's very important to know the difference. It will be probably futile to represent a painting in music, but to have music generated by anything else, including a painting, is quite another thing, and I think that's a very productive way of creating.
Thank you.
Just drawing attention to that distinction.
Thank you for your comment. I'm focusing my attention, if I can add just 2 seconds, I'm focusing my attention on studying the relations between these internal dynamics that I mentioned before. I think it's a very interesting field of study.
Okay, and maybe I want to say some remarks about it. I think in general this problem was quite good referred by Zygmunt Brun, which she made this topic of musical ekphrasis, and it's good term for this topic about music and painting and the relation about these two arts. So the first thing, and the second, my remark is, I think your approach to this problem is like, this is kind of organ music for me, because you look at this painting in the way as a structure, not I think as kind of structure, and you want to reproduce it also like a structure. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's my view on this.
Yes, I started to look at it as a structure, as you said, and then I tried to add more in a very personal way. As I said, the colors, and as many composers said in the past, it's a very personal way to manage the sets of sound, generally speaking, and this has been my case as well. And so, yeah, structure. I tried also not only structure, I tried to give my personal sense, my personal feeling, gazing the picture in my music. I mean, I tried. I don't know if I could do it.
My question actually is piggybacking on your question. I wanted to ask you what specific structural elements of the painting you kind of like reinterpreted, appropriated, and reflected in your musical structure. I understand that it's sort of like compositional strategy, right? Some like raw material that you reinterpreted musically.
I would say the colors. I would say the colors are the elements of the painting that tried to reinterpret in my piece in a very personal way. Because if we talk about contour about the lines of the contour of the fingers, of the head, of the something everything you want. These are more, scientific, I would say, no? I have a fixed line. But with colors, I try to characterize, even in my piece, every single character as they are characterized in the painting. Now, the characterization in my piece passed through my own sensibility. So I didn't want to reproduce the exact light, for example, of the beauty of the painting, rather my personal way to see the beauty.
Yes, thank you. And I don't think there is any other way as personal, right? You could only express your vision.
Yeah, agree.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very interesting, because all composer which works with paintings, I also sometimes work, has own attitude with this subject. It's very inner. So, and even you have to associate, make some associative or technical data version. Connection of these two spaces, because physically they are not same, of course. So, and I have question, the content of the picture and content of the music, because we only listen small part.
Yeah.
Was the same, or it was only as inspiration for your graphical construction of music?
No, I try to follow the lines of the painting, characterizing my lines in my score. But as I said, I try to give my own interpretation, especially as regards colors. And so define characters also through colors. The interesting aspect is that when you listen to the piece, and we have just heard a few seconds, when you listen
color
to the piece.
In timbre, you connect color with timbre,
Timbre,
or with intonation, for example, space, or
yes.
Yeah.
Timbre, intonation, and pitch set.
Okay.
Yes, the sum of these three. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Federico, for your presentation. Great.
Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce my friend Stefan Lewandowski. Stefan teaches at the Brandenburgische Technische Universität Cottbus, music theory, and he was 2021 elected as the president of the Deutsche Chopin Gesellschaft. And I would like to make just two small comments. Comment number one, that the role of the chairman is to make questions if there are no questions from the public, but I have the feeling that after this presentation, we will have a lot of questions. And the second comment is this, Stefan Lewandowski is not a relative of Robert Lewandowski.
My bank account is also. While we are still in preparation, I make another comment. I also put on my scarf to show we're really friends. So it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for this invitation. And after all these years being friends with you, it's quite a pleasure to be here on another stage in another country, on another conference.
Likewise.
Thank you. Thank you also for your help. Ladies and gentlemen, the way a composer looks at music history or the history of composition at historical techniques, sources in music theory, and what insights he draws from his observations, in what way he is inspired by them and how he deals with them productively and creatively, how he identifies with the traditional, individualizes it and places it in the context of the present, in short, how he communicates with the past, represents an essential human trait and thus decisively shapes the musical personal style. Hardly any other case shows this as clearly and vividly as Jerzy Kurtak's oeuvre. The following is an example of the multi-referential and multi-dimensional communication between the present and the past in Kurtak's homage R.SCH. Opus 15D, from a music analytical perspective, a work that bears the initials of Robert Schumann and thus a clear reference to a composer of the past already in its title. I would like to start with a more detailed look at the second movement of Kurtak's chamber music cycle. For better legibility, the notes of the clarinet are not notated transposing within the score seen on the slide. The imitated procedure in this example is quite complex. This is a three-part canon in the unison. All three voices begin at a distance of a quaver from each other. However, the canon is not consistently brought to a close, which is indicated solely by the clearly smaller number of notes in the clarinet part compared to the other two voices. Other conspicuous imitative moments after the clarinet's last note, the E in bar 2, which is sustained to the end, are, however, present between the viola and the piano, such as the succession of two ascending fifths in the same bar and the subsequent minor sevenths between G sharp and A sharp. The double stops of the viola in bar 1 also show that there are additional notes in this part compared to the clarinet part. In turn, these double stops are part of the imitation of the piano part. Thus, with regard to the quantity of tones, a clear hierarchy of instruments emerges, in which the piano takes the first position, followed by the viola, and finally the clarinet. Under these conditions, the structure described can also be interpreted in reverse. Although the piano part enters last, the entire tone material of the piece is contained within itself. The viola and clarinet parts emerge from it as two different degrees of reduction. The clarinet part represents the extreme. It is a reduction to the core statement of the piece. In this respect, it forms the main voice, let's say the dux in the sense of the imitative procedure. it thus becomes a speaking instrument. In the score, Krawczyk underlays the notes of the clarinet with the words of the character Eusebius invented by Schumann. The limited circle is pure, der begrenzte Kreis ist rein. However, this is not an Eusebius quotation from Schumann's pen, as one might assume, but a line from Franz Kafka, whose text Krawczyk dealt with several times in his compositions. And last but not least, Krawczyk refers to himself here, namely to his Kafka Fragmente, Opus 24. In the sixth piece of the third part of that composition for soprano and violin from 1985-86, the composer has already set the same words to music. The 18th piece from the first part of the Kafka Fragmente with the text, dreamily the flower hung on the high stem, evening twilight enveloped her. Original, träumend hing die Blume am hohen Stängel, Abenddämmerung umzog sie, has also the subtitle, Hommage à Schumann. But back to the second movement of Opus 15D. It may be no coincidence that with the entry of the word pure, in German rein, which Krawczyk also capitalizes, two successive perfect fifths, in German reine Quinten, appear in the viola part. The perfect fifth plays a role several times within the piece. For example, they are functioning as the fundament of the concluding major triads in the viola part and in the piano part. This last imitation between A major and C sharp major can also be interpreted as an imitation in the major third. Krawczyk's compositional technique in this piece represents itself as a tightrope walk between strict imitation and free counterpoint. And this is where the actual homage to Schumann is revealed. Quotations are by no means only superficially incorporated into the composition and reeled off. Rather, I quote, mysterious and inexpressible wires, as Jan Michiels, the pianist heard on the recording, very poetically describes it. They exist on a much deeper level, hidden in details. They are communication wires between Krawczyk and the musical past, with which he himself strongly identifies and to which he bows down with his homage. What emerges from the investigation of imitative procedures also confirms the definition of the tone material. The sound impression of the piece is alternately determined by two moments. On the one hand, there are agglomerations of semitones that come to the fore at the beginning of the piece as well as at the end of bar 2. On the other hand, there are regions whose tonal arrangement can be traced back to a layering of thirds. See bar 2 with upbeat as well as bar 3. The semitone sections and the third sections sound very different from each other and form almost tonal antipodes. They are marked with different colors in the graph. The piece begins with the tonal fields, whose tonal qualities, arranged in ascending order, produce a cluster from F to B. Furthermore, there are two groups of 5 tones that can be described as superimposed layers of 2 major triads. These are 2 transpositions of one and the same group of tones, the first of which has the keynote C, the second the keynote D. The center of the final chord or group is the tone G sharp, by the way, which is also the first tone of the canon at the beginning of the piece. Thus, the circle is closed. We shall now listen to this piece. Krawczyk, born on 19th February 1926, along with György Ligeti, probably the most important Hungarian composer of the post-war era, wrote this homage R.sch. over a very long period of time. The 6 movements were composed between 1975 and 1990. They are titled as follows. You can read the English translations I cite in German. Merkwürdige Pirouetten des Kapellmeisters Johannes Kreisler. Second movement, Eusebius, der begrenzte Kreis. We've just heard this. Third movement, und wieder zuckt es schmerzlich, Florestan um die Lippen. Fourth movement, eine Wolke war ich, jetzt scheint schon die Sonne. The fragment of a fragment. Fifth movement is simply called In der Nacht. And sixth movement, Abschied. Meister Raro entdeckt Guillaume de Machaut. The complexity of the allusions contained in the titles of the individual movements is striking. It ranges from direct quotations to free adaptations of romantic topoi such as Night and Farewell. In the opening movement, Krawczyk describes almost pictorially the movements of a personality who, in the broadest sense, comes from Schumann's environment. The Kapellmeister Johannes Kreisler is a fictional character who appears in several works by the music writer E.T.A. Hoffmann, for example, in the Fantasiestücke in Callot's Manier, written in 1814 and 15, as well as in the Lebensansichten des Katers Mo, that famous cat, written in 1819 and 1821. Parallels to works or work titles by Schumann are noticeable here in several respects. Not only did Schumann compose numerous Fantasiestücke, but he also dedicated the famous piano cycle Kreisleriana, composed in 1838 to the Kapellmeister. Schumann's piano cycle, in turn, is named after the chapters of the same name of Hoffmann's Fantasiestücke. E.T.A. Hoffmann's relationship to Johannes Kreisler goes back even farther. As early as 1808, he published music reviews under the synonym in the Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Musik, edited by Schumann. Hoffmann gives the Kapellmeister brooding and melancholic features in his writings. With him, he paints a picture of a typical romantic musician's character. Krawczyk's musical illustration of the figure of Johannes Kreisler in the opening movement of Opus 15d, on the one hand, stands in contrast to this. With its numerous semiquaver figures, the piece seems lively, turbulent, and playful, even parodic. According to the entry in the German Universal Dictionary published by Duden, a pirouette is a quick turn around the own axis on the supporting leg. If one examines Kreisler's clearly perceptible pirouettes, it turns out, sorry for that pun, that Krawczyk seems to follow this definition down to the last detail. The first semiquaver figure in the clarinet part may serve as an example to illustrate this. It is unmistakably evident from the figure how Kreisler turns around himself, whereby after half a turn, after reaching the high note B, A flat is sounding, the way back to the starting position is described by the reverse order of the notes. The tonal material of the semiquaver figure, placed in a normal order according to pitch cluster theory, again consists of a sequence of semitones, this time comprising 8 notes. Krawczyk, however, distributes the individual tones of the chromatic scale among different registers so that the chromaticism is interrupted by 2 augmented fifths. After the first 3 notes B, C, and C sharp, there follows a group of 2 notes A and B, followed by another group of 3 notes F sharp, G, and G sharp. In this way, there's not only a symmetry on the rhythmic level, but also with regard to the arrangement of the notes. A horizontal axis, which lies exactly between the notes A and B, divides the tone material mirror inverted into 2 equal interval halves. In the course of the piece, a total of 4 different variants of the pirouette figure occur. The changes primarily concern the tonal range. Only rarely is the rhythm altered, for example, in the piano part or at the end of the piece, in the clarinet part, where only half a pirouette is described. Variant 2 is heard in the viola. It differs from variant 1 only, in that the first 3 notes are transposed down a semitone. Variant 3, also in the viola part, has 1 tone less than variants 1 and 2. It can be described as variant 1 without the opening note B. Variant 4 is heard in the piano part and is composed of the tone material of variant 3 as well as some subsequent notes. All the notes used in this variation are also found in variant 1, with the exception of the notes D and F. Final pirouette, the half pirouette, is again made up of the tone material of variation 1. It is interesting that the axis A and B is maintained in all variants. All the turns therefore run around one and the same center. The illustration in this slide provides an overview of the individual variants and their placement in the course of the piece. With regard to the arrangement of the entries and the choice of variants, a traditional pattern emerges, which amounts to a climax in a conventional position. With regard to the clarinet and viola, the pattern of a symmetry shifted in favor of the dramaturgy is still recognizable. We will now listen to this piece again. Instead of a summary, 2 further associations from the multiverse of references in and around Krawczyk's chamber music cycle Opus 15D may be picked out in conclusion. One of them can be found in the 4th volume of Bela Bartok's Mikrokosmos. Bartok writes 2 homages in direct succession here, one to Johann Sebastian Bach and one to Robert Schumann. Like Krawczyk, Bartok imitates certain stylistic characteristics of the composers and transfers them into the tonal environment of his own musical present. One searches in vain for direct quotations rather Bach and Schumann seem latently omnipresent by means of this technique. The abbreviation of the composer's names, which can be clearly identified from their characteristic initials, may also have served as a model for Krawczyk. A second association in Opus 15d, which I would like to mention at last, is related to Gustav Mahler's Lied von der Erde. This cycle also consists of 6 movements, and its final movement is also entitled Farewell. As in Mahler's large-scale work, Krawczyk's last movement is by far the longest. Its calmly flowing character is due to an additional reference to even older polyphonic compositional techniques, such as those found in the music of Guillaume de Machaut. Some colleagues even speak of an isorhythmische Motette, isorhythmic motet. Yeah. Thus, the full title reads, Farewell, Master Raro discovers Guillaume de Machaut. Despite its contemplative character, the movement acts as a final climax in the dramaturgical course of Opus 15d. Krawczyk ends the cycle by also communicating with the audience using a very special poetic gesture. In the clarinet part, shortly before the end, the score says Muta in gran casa, with the single pianissimo beat of the bass drum, which is never used before, but it must be on the stage all the time. Krawczyk musically extinguishes the light. I hope we can hear this. We have very good speakers. It's very poetic, very pianissimo. So thank you much for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan. And questions? As you remember, Dina and I have colluded to find some embarrassing question to you. I don't know whether this will be embarrassing enough, but when you showed us a slide with this pitch organization, at a certain point you referred to set theory. Okay, it has been discredited in numerous ways, but I believe that this piece somehow lends itself to set analysis very well. Has anyone conducted that? I think that there are some important relations to be found, just by looking from afar.
Since I come here, I always refer to pitch cluster theory in some sense, because my own dissertations a couple of years ago was about the possibility of a combination between Schenkerian approaches and pitch cluster theory. And I personally find it a very useful tool if you go not too much straightforward into mathematics. It can have some sense, and composers like Krawczyk, as well as Kretschmer, as well as Lutoslawski, by the way, are underrepresented in the fields of pitch class sets analysis. This is my personal opinion, but there's still something to do.
Since you mentioned Lutoslawski, you have to read one of my papers when I used set theory for completely different purposes.
Absolutely.
But
Fantastic.
it was essential. It was crucial for my arguments to identify certain all combinatorial hexachord, which is the key to the pitch organization in a Lusoslavsky piece. So yeah, it can be done very well. I think this is the piece which was sort of deserved.
Further questions?
I have a comment and a question. First of all, I agree with you, Milos, and with you, Stefan, for pitch class, for set theory. As if we use it as a tool, it's a good tool. And as poetic, amazingly poetic as Krawczyk is, yeah, his intervallic consistency is amazing, right? So set theory helps to identify those levels of structural information. But my question to you was about, in your opinion, significance of the use of canon and imitative counterpoint in this composition, because Krawczyk doesn't do anything just accidentally, right? Everything is a poetry to him. So how do you interpret that, his consistent use of that kind of counterpoint?
Actually, I first had an extended version of that talk, but it was longer than 30 minutes, so I had to shorten it. And my first idea was to bring two pieces before I go to Krawczyk. The first one was from Johann Sebastian Bach, actually, and it was the opening of the English suite in English suite in G minor, and the first part of the prelude also have a special kind of imitation, and the second piece was an album leaf, you say in English, right, by Robert Schumann, which actually sings in these bars I wanted to examine as a compromise between a waltz and an imitative procedure. So I see that these composers, even I did not refer to Johann Sebastian Bach at all, Bach and Schumann are omnipresent in Krawczyk's whole work somewhere. You are the specialist of Krawczyk in this room, and you have interviewed him. I don't know if this assumption is true, but maybe you can say something to this.
First of all, I would argue that I'm not a specialist, but I worked on Krawczyk music with text. But I think there are always references to composers that he loves, and I sometimes disregard his reference and find my own. So I think we are free to interpret his output in a way that we feel, you know, I'm all pro listener-centered approach, but also I was thinking his reference to Moniuszko in the last movement as a composer of early polyphony, well, not early, but kind of pre-Renaissance polyphony that led, and how structural Moniuszko is in his complex, right, and very sophisticated counterpoint, and his use of retrogrades and inversions. So I think everything is meaningful, and everywhere there are messages and references and intertextuality in here. So no, I appreciated your talk very much, and I love because you combined the poetry and structure in your talk. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for attending our session. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I would like to, before we leave, I got Andrews told me that of course we have 7 o'clock one concert at the Church of St. Casimir, joining after, go straight for 4. That takes place at 7 o'clock. It's about in memoriam reflecting the great challenges for peace, life, and planet. Thank you so much, and see you later or tomorrow.
I think we have found the mission. Maybe there were questions.